Good morning, everyone. Welcome to. Oh, wait, just a minute, guys. I've got an echo going. Just give me one more. Give me a moment as I fix that. Hmm. I've got something going on, guys. You can't hear an echo, but I'm echoing on my end. I've got something open. I guess I've got two rooms open or something. So I'm going to have to do something about that. Yeah. So until I do that, I'm going to have to put myself on mute, guys. No, the echo is on my end, guys. I'm getting an echo on my end. I understand you guys can hear me perfectly in both YouTube and the main room, but I'm getting the echo on my end. Okay, I'm going to do one more test. Yeah, no, I may have to reload YouTube, guys. One other thing I can do, I may have to log myself out of the main room and come back in. All right, I'm going to do a test here. Ah, good. Okay, it went away. Okay, guys, I'm just got to get the screen sharing going. Back in the main room. I think we're good to go. Okay, no, I know you guys could hear me fine. You have to understand, I was getting an echo back to me. Okay, I know it wasn't echoing to you, but anyway, we're good. We're good now. All right, guys, what is happening? Well, obviously, the big one right now is the NUZE, um, and still up 341%. Obviously, a low float, 1.77 million in the float. We're really getting into this low float craziness. Remember this one from yesterday? Now, PJ, you seem to get angry about these things. Of course, we know they're all garbage. We know they're all garbage. AZTR, yeah, as you said, it got up to $12. It's back right down to $1. All we try to do is trade them, trade them as we see, try to get maybe the middle two thirds, and it's all good. Dr. MA, the same sort of thing. Probably, I think I don't see any news on this one. The NUZE, somebody's asking about the news. I think somebody posted some ownership news. Yeah, I think you posted it. Yeah, nothing special, but it is what it is. I mean, that's causing it to pop. Dr. MA also has an extremely low float. We've got less than 1 million in the float. Dr. MA got up to, wow, that's a big pullback. It got up to almost 5.5, right back down to 3. So that is a pretty big pullback, not a pretty big, that's a huge pullback. This is another one, this Bone Biologic, BBLG. This one had a huge day yesterday, but look at the sell-off. I mean, at one point I got up to 214, closed way down here. Trying to do it again. It's at 205. Takes out that high of yesterday. It could get going. There is 200-day moving average is up here at 283. So the BBLG could, if it gets over that high of yesterday, could get going again. Of course, Tesla. Let's reverse gears here and talk about real stocks. Tesla, of course, had earnings, and this is dragging down certainly the EVs. I saw Rivian also, RIVN is also moving down. So most of the EV players are probably down on Tesla's earnings release yesterday. You can see the reaction after hours. Now, if you're looking to short Tesla, you don't want to actually short Tesla. Remember, you can always buy TSLS. That is a way in which you can buy this one, and in essence you're shorting Tesla. Give me a moment, guys. And yeah, I don't see any news on Dr. MA either. I don't see any news. They had some news on the 17th, but yeah, just low float, low float. I mean, it's just a matter of exactly, Dak. I mean, day trading is just about finding the hot stock of the day. I mean, whether it's garbage or not. Now, I'm not talking about yet the SGMO because it was under $1. It's still under $1. Trading higher after the licensing partner Pfizer's phase 3, etc. Okay, so that is SGMO. Man, I remember when this was a lot, like almost a legitimate stock, SGMO. LW is an earnings play, guys, being hammered down here. LW, Lamb Weston, hammered down on earnings. Look at this. So looking at where there could be support. So the next low on the monthly chart for this one, it's almost there, 62.38 it looks like. So we're at 62.95 right now. Maybe it's coming into a bit of a support area. Yeah, managing risk, whether it's a garbage stock or or Apple, it's still all about managing risk, knowing when you're going to get out, when the trade isn't working for you. Yeah, I was thinking of that with the AZTR, an overnight hold for that short. Risky, obviously, still. Speaking of risky, look at the NUWE. There's another one. They've done a financing at 420. Wow. So it's way under the financing price. I mean, way under. 424 is the financing price. This stock is sitting at 260. So maybe it starts to gravitate a little bit more to that financing price, but right now it is way under that financing price. Another one that was just popping up as I was opening the room. Is it still up? I don't see it. I'm looking for IVP. I don't see it right now, IVP. That's why. Look at this. 826, right back down to 5. And they provided a corporate update in a letter to shareholders. So initially, whatever they said, but now diving into whatever they said, is really dropped this stock. Okay, TSEM. This is another earnings play, guys. Another one down, almost 5%. Israeli stock, big float, 111 million in the float, big float, but this is down. TSEM is an earnings play. Another one, BXMT. BXMT is another one that is on earnings play. So if it holds this level, I mean, this is a big gap down. Also 8%. What's the float? 174 million in the float. These are big moves with those floats. The next low, 1795, 1757. It may start to find some support in this area. Well, the only thing I can say about all this, PJ, this is an active day trading room. Okay. So, yeah, you're going to have new people in here, but it's an active day trading room. So, we're always going to find these crazy stocks that are moving huge percentages. APH, what is this one doing? This was one that it's probably not well, maybe it is a gap down. I don't know what happened here for APH. Buenos dias, Pirata. Pirata. Buenos dias. All right, let's take a look at VSTM is another one that's gapping down in a huge way. I think they did a financing. Maybe I've already mentioned this one. VSTM did a financing also. Now, you know what, guys? These guys did an absolutely terrible, and I mean terrible job. And I'm talking about AZTR. Now, why did they do a terrible job? They did a financing at $1.50 a share. Somehow, I mean, look, and it's not as easy as all that, but the stock did get up to 1206 yesterday, and they did the financing at $1.50 a share. Could not take advantage of this at all. And it's a bit tongue in cheek, okay, when I say a terrible job. Obviously, they wish they could have done a financing at a higher price, but man. Here's a cheap one, guys. It's Oatly, OTLI. Oh, sorry, OTLY. Another cheap one. Earnings play. Real cheap one. Yeah, probably not that much left in it. If I look left, it looks like there's a lot of resistance not that far away. I understand completely, Captain, but you know what I mean. I mean, a lot of times when these companies get these big pops, of course they try to take advantage of a higher stock price. But I know, obviously, easier said than done. All right, guys, 9:15 now. haven't talked about the market. We're in for a pretty negative open, to say the least. This is the SPY after hours yesterday. This is the SPY this morning. So we're in for a big negative open. So let's take a look at the major sectors. Guys, let's cut this right now, okay? Both PJ and DAC, okay? Let's just cut it right now. Well, both of you, okay? I don't want to take sides on this, just both of you. So let's take a look at energy. So actually, energy, look at energy, 90%. So what does this mean? XLE, 90% in green. That means the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, 90%. So it's the tech sector really dragging it down. You can see 84% are down from yesterday's close. No, I understand. Let's just nip it in the bud though. Okay, let's move on. Just move on. XOP, guys, XOP, and that is oil and gas exploration. You're in there are two rooms, Keshki, okay? You're in a YouTube room. There's another room. There's another room. Also, you can I can give you the link for that. It's a more active room. Completely up to you, though. If you go to my homepage, okay, PJ, listen, man, that is not cool. So I'm gonna have to delete that post. Sorry. I'm having my error now trying to get in or post things in YouTube. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I am having a tough time posting into YouTube. This is probably what the reason was I had that echo this morning also. Okay, I can post now. Okay. Okay, so this is the link. This is the link, okay, to get into the main room. Anybody who wants to, just click on my homepage link and go to the top and where it says trading room, okay? So click on my homepage link, scroll to the top, and you're going to see something that says a tab that says trading room. Sorry, PJ, I'm just going to have to, I don't know what, this is not like you. This is not like you. So I don't know what's going on with you today. Okay, just forget it. We're an active trading room. Penny stocks, garbage stocks, good stocks. We're an active trading room. Okay, guys. So that was it. So oil is still, or energy stocks are still the ones right now. 90% of them are up. from yesterday's close. So it's the techs obviously that are dragging the market down. Okay, guys, let's take a look at anything else sneaking in here. So it's still the NUZE is still up. Take a look at this on a weekly chart. Where could it keep going? Yeah, so it still has, believe it or not, it still has some room. Again, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. All we're doing, I'm just looking at a weekly chart and seeing where it could keep going until it hits some resistance. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course. Remember JAGX from yesterday, JAGX from yesterday, another one that had a big gap up. Beautiful short that I was able to take. Yeah, I think Hoth is, yeah, I mean, I saw it, but again, look at this big pullback, 194, right back down to 122. I mean, all we can say is that, a trading higher if the company signed a deal. It's an Alzheimer's play with LTS therapy systems. It's an Alzheimer's play. But other than that, not much more to add. It's had a big pullback. Also, look what it did. It got right into the 200-day moving average, and that's where it stopped. Well, I wish you luck on that one then, in terms of the Hoth, because you're going to be fighting. Maybe you bought it at what, 122? So I don't know if you saw, but that's exactly where the 200-day moving average is, at 122. So hopefully it can get through that for you. But you've also got a lot on the daily chart. I don't know if you looked at the daily chart, but got a lot here. So hopefully it gets through for you. Okay, guys, 924. So I'm going to get the layout that I use once this market is opened, up and running. So give me a moment as I get rid of this layout. Oops. And of course, today is the first day of the contest. Just give me a moment as I just have some rearranging on my other monitors. All right, guys. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I tend to let things settle down. Try to let things settle down anyway. Now, remember, guys, if you're going to be in this contest, make sure you select the correct account to trade in, right? The correct account to trade in. Make sure you've got your Brokers Plus window up. Click on all this should be in the instructions. Okay. Click on New and then Brokers Plus, and then click on the simulator underneath Brokers Plus. This should turn to paper trading. And if you just click on it, make sure you're trading in the AI and July PMC. Okay. You must be trading in that account. Okay. And then remember, you can only trade any of the AI alerts, either today's, tomorrow's, Friday's, or anything from the AI channel. And eventually I'll get the leaderboard up and running. All right, so LW continues its march down 21%. That's a huge move, guys. 21% with 143 million in the float. That is a huge move, and that is on earnings such as they were. The reaction is just terrible. Sinks after warning of a challenging year ahead. I don't even know what they do. Frozen potato products. That's what they do. Frozen potato products. Okay. Pretty specialized. Yeah, so it's sort of the double whammy, worse than expected Q4 financial results. And then it's all about the guidance. The guidance below the estimates for FY25. So it's a classic. Why would I buy you stock then if you're telling me you're not going to do that well? Even you've already not done well. Now you're not going to do. Now you're even going to do worse next year than expected. So you're on today. Perfect. A dud. That's one dud of a spud. Wonder how many people know that spuds are potatoes. Any PEIers in the room? Bud the spud. On my last day in here, guys, I will sing Bud the Spud from the Bright Red Mud. How's that? On my last day in this room. There you go, DJ. You know it. All right, guys, listen a minute. 45 seconds for this market to open. Any idea why the Brokerage Plus window would say not connected? No idea. Are you connected? Are you sure you're connected? You have a green ball? Hard for me to know, Mayor. I mean, if you click on the new Brokerage Plus window, when you say not connected, remember when you load it, it's going to say not connected. You have to click on SIM. Okay, it'll probably say this, yes, not connected, but you have to click on the simulator as right here, SIM, and then you'll be connected. Should be connected, and make sure then click on that box there and make sure it says AI in July PMC. Well, you have to click on the SIM to connect. Okay, underneath doesn't automatically connect, I guess. Okay, do you see what I'm saying? Underneath Brokerage Plus, you have to click on Sim. Underneath Brokerage Plus, where it says Live and Sim, in the toolbar, in your toolbar. Okay, can you not see my screen where it says Brokerage Plus and Live? You have two selections underneath, Live and Sim. Sim for simulation, paper trading. All right, guys, we're open. Well, that I can't help you with. If you cannot click on it, I don't know how to help you. I'm really sorry. You might have to go to our tech. Like I'm about a 0.1% tech. Mira guys from yesterday, MIRA from yesterday, MIRA from yesterday. On the move here. Look at this thing on the move right now. This really didn't do much in the pre-market. Oh, whoa. AMC halted because of news. Now it was moving higher. It was moving higher. It's not an earnings play, but they're so let's see. I mean, they're pumping out some preliminary Q2 EPS. So I guess that means that they're only going to lose 10 cents versus 43 cents. And a little bit more revenue. I guess that's what it means. Well, you can use the browser. I mean, you have to use our web-based version. Holly is on the web-based version, SK. If I click on the web-based version, so it's right here, Holly AI, right there. Okay, it's right there. I don't use the web-based version, obviously, but it's right there, front and center, Holly AI. So here it is. The drama, guys, DRMA. Know what? So it's made a market high, but certainly not a pre-market high. Of course, got up all the way up to 530 something. But look at the SPY to start off with. Boy, SunPower is still trying to come back. Amazing. Was down to 46 cents 2 days ago. So it's trying to come back again. Had this big move. In fact, they got up to what, 123. No, I didn't talk about Peers, PIRS. Peers is a merger of some Palvella Therapeutics and Pieris Pharmaceuticals announced a definite merger agreement. So that is the news on the PIRS. You can only trade the AI alerts, exactly. So if you go to do what I would do, Mirror, I would do this. I would click on New from our toolbar, click on Docked channel bar, and then click on the Show More. And way at the bottom here is Holly AI. And so this, now there's nothing happening in the AI until at least 940, okay? At least 940. That's why these two are blank, but you can trade any of these alerts. These are previous AI alerts, okay? So any one of these you can trade however you want. You don't have to go long, short, just because this was a short in the history. I don't know when that happened, but you can trade them any way you want, okay? And I'll be flashing this. Here's our leaderboard right now. Okay, this is our leaderboard right now. Just obviously, we just opened. There were no trading in the pre-market. Well, I was led to believe that you could trade the short ones also, not just the long. You could trade anything you see on the AI channel. So SGMO just got halted on the way down. Let me just get to this dog channel bar again. Should be able to trade any one of these. Okay, these were short opportunities, and these were long opportunities. You should be able to trade any one of these, plus, of course, anything that's going to show up. Okay, so what you have to do, Mayor, is I'm going to have to send you to our homepage, the homepage, and find out why. They'll look at your account. Maybe you didn't fill something out correctly. I don't really know. I can't help you there. But if you click on my homepage link, just give me a moment. Click on my homepage link, and where it says need help, click on the need help, click on the ask, and then click on the chat. Okay. And then say, hey, listen, I'm part of the contest. Here's my email address. Please check my account, find out why I don't have the permissions. Okay. I can't help you. Yeah, Amir, I can't help you. I can't get into your account. So somebody will, it's probably something really simple. Okay. All right, IVP. What is IVP doing now? Okay, so IVP had that big pop and then the big drop, trying to come back a little bit. They provided a corporate update in their letter to shareholders. The initial reaction was whoopee, but then reality set in. But it is going to be active today, obviously. 6.89 million in the float. All right, so this is the one I was just talking about. They're doing a merger with this Palvella Therapeutics. This is the PIRS. Usually stay away from these ones just because, the deal is kind of done, but I don't know I have no idea what price. I don't know what the terms of this merger would be, but look at this now, PIRS. Wow, look at this now. I did see the VRT as an earnings play, isn't it, William? VRT is an earnings play. VRT moving down. The next low looking left, I'm assuming you tried to play a bounce or something. So the next low looking left for VRT is around 82.22. So it still has about $3. Not saying it's going to get there. No, this room is, you just happen to be, we're having a contest also. Are you a premium subscriber? Well, then you can join the contest. If you're a premium subscriber, then you can join the contest too. You have to trade the AI alerts. Not that they're like it's going to get super confusing, I know. But if you click on new from the toolbar and then load brokerage plus, anybody who's a premium subscriber can take part in this contest. Okay. And then you just click on what you'd see when you load it. It'll say disconnect, not connected. You just click on sim underneath the brokerage plus. There's two options. One says live, one says sim. Click on simulation, and that should change to connected. And then paper trading, and then click on that box, and then select AI in July PMC. That's the account you have to trade in for the contest. And you can only trade the AI alerts either today, tomorrow, or Friday's alerts, or ones from the past. So if you click on new from the toolbar, and then click on new from the toolbar, click on dock channel bar. This is what's going to show up. Click on the show more. Oops. I don't want that. We'll start again. New from the new, and then dock channel bar. Click on the show more, and then all the way down here is the Holly AI, and you can trade these alerts. These are previous alerts from the AI. You can trade these, okay, as well as anything that shows up today. It's all simulation, of course. All right, so there's AMC. Sorry, so AMC resumed, and that was kind of much ado about nothing, really. It got halted because of news. So they forecast a Q2 loss due to fewer big releases. That's no. Now it's really tanking here. All right, Dr. MA. I thought I was actually trading, but maybe I'm wrong. Dr. MA. Okay, so this is where it could open. So again, guys, this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt price, 365. Can't see the symbol, but it is Dr. MA. Here is the potential open. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be a pretty decent open, 396. Of course, this doesn't have to be where it's going to open. And as you pointed out, it got halted at 934. So if it is a 10-minute halt, this should be opening in about 14 seconds. Usually they're 5-minute halts, but obviously it was not a 5-minute halt. So, and this is going to be a pretty big open if it's opening in now. There you go. Look at that open. Look at that open. Wow. Well, there's a Dr. MA, yeah, and BBLG. I mean, another one that just. So we have some, definitely some rippages this morning that are continuing. The BBLG, the Dr. MA, not so far, not the NUZE so far. Well, Dr. MA is now starting to approach the pre-market high. I was sort of dismissing this one because of what it did. It got up to 539. It came all the way back down to 226, but it didn't matter. And it's all about the float. Another crazy, crazy low float. So here's a reversal, guys. ALKS stock gapped up. Now is reversing. It is an earnings play. ALKS. All right, we are 15 minutes in, so now I can start to look at Mattel. Now, Mattel had an interesting day yesterday. MAT, really interesting day yesterday. So 2 days ago, this was the rumor they were going to be bought, perhaps by Hasbro. Actually, it was a fund that was looking at them, and then Hasbro may have chimed in, said, "Well, we might want to take a look." Then we had a drop yesterday, and now we're moving higher again today, right at the 200-day moving average from Mattel, MAT. The 200-day moving average is 1862, so it's right at the 200-day. But it's actually an earnings play. I didn't realize that. It is actually an earnings play. Now, take a look at what's happening today regarding the economic calendar, see if there's anything coming up. So 9:45, we have the PMI composite flash. I'm not sure. Well, that's 9:45. I don't know if that had a huge effect or anything on the market. That's at 9:45. And then at 10 o'clock, we've got new home sales. At 11, all times Eastern, of course, 11 o'clock, we've got the survey of business uncertainty. Now we have actually an auction at 11:30, an FRN. I don't know what FRN means, but $30 billion 2-year FRN auction at 11:30. And then the typical one at 1 o'clock, the results of the 70 billion 5-year note auction. So the next on the list is the new home sales at 10 o'clock. Okay, that could affect the market. Yeah, Bank of Canada cutting rates again. All right, guys. So let's see. Peers. So peers now, and look at this, it got halted on the way down, didn't it? Okay. So this is still halted. The BBLG is still halted. This got halted way back here at 260 also. Okay, well, guys, here's our first AI alert today, PRG. How you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. If you don't believe in going long, you go short. In this market today, PRG is an earnings play, though. It is an earnings play, so you can see what it's done so far. Very strong earnings play so far. I was just going to mention NIVF, guys. NIVF showing up in the momentum scan. And this is also now an AI play. Not an earnings play. Where are they out of? Thailand. Boy, we're getting some interesting countries now. I don't think I've seen a Thailand company, NIVF, trading on a U.S. exchange. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. So BBLG just resumed, and where did it pop up? So it got halted. What was the halt price at? 295. So yeah, wow. Still has some room, perhaps. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. Looks like the next high is around 419. So it's getting close to that high. Ooh, look at this one, guys. BHC. Look at this big candle moving down. BHC. Not an earnings play. I don't know what's happening here, but something's causing this big drop. BHC. Now the next low looking left on the weekly chart looks like around 657. So it's almost there. 660 actually. If it somehow takes that out, 620 is the next low on the weekly chart for BHC. There's a big down, big red candle. Now BBLG halted on the way down. Okay, guys. Now you know what's coming back. Trying to come back is NUZE. So NUZE. So look at that. The 10 SMA held on the 15-minute chart. And of course, a very low float for NUZE, 1.77 million in the float. So, man, I hate to look at this one, GR. Oh, okay. I thought it started from a lot lower. GRI, I thought it was from a lot lower. Very hard to look at this one, guys. Look at this 15-minute channel or 50-minute chart for GRI. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails, especially these topping tails. You know, what does it mean? The buyers had it up to these prices and the sellers kept knocking it down. So sellers are just not letting these buyers take a hold of this one. Rivian again moving down because of Tesla. RVN moving down because of Tesla. So all the EV plays. So the next low looking left for Rivian, 1432 on the weekly chart. Still room to go down. Let's take a look on the daily chart. The next low, 1546. So there's still room. Well, we've got some housing numbers coming up at 10 o'clock also. So that could, depending on what happens there. New home sales at 10 o'clock. Okay, guys, I'm just following some internal discussions. All right, TIRX. What about this one? This one has had some excitement in the past. You can see it's had two good days. Today's a bit of a follow through. Another one that had a big pop in the pre-market, got all the way up to 320, then all the way back down to 2. All right, guys. Well, there's the PRG at least. It is starting to move a bit. Excuse me. And this is an earnings play. So this is definitely trading on its own. It's not caring what the market's doing so far anyway. Now, is CMAX halted on the way up? Okay, guys. So let's keep an eye on this one. This is, of course, a super active one a couple of days ago. So there's CMAX, still down for the day. So, guys, keep an eye on CMAX for sure. So CMAX, let's take a look at where it could open, okay? The low float, of course, 2.8 million in the float. And if you look at CMAX here, so there's the halt. No big clue where it's going to open. 383, it says. There's the halt price. So no real clue as to where it's going to open. Okay, so William says that the new home sales came in less than expected. Oh man, this TKNO. You know, guys, I had this one. I was wanting to trade this one yesterday. It just didn't break out. It just did not break out. This was showing up in the go no go, and this is yesterday. You can see my screen on the 15-minute chart. That's yesterday, and it did not break out. It broke out late. Well, broke out at 4 o'clock, but by that time I was long gone. Well, PRG got ugly. Hard to go long right now, guys, unless it's one of these, crazy low floaters, in my opinion, anyway. So I see the AI has gone back as a short, 183 on the alert. Yeah, I would really not recommend doing that. It's not a good idea to mimic anybody, Jermaine. Okay, so and I haven't traded anything yet. I was looking to trade PRG, but I haven't traded anything yet. And as I said, I would not be, I don't going long right now. Obviously, pretty tough. So if you're not willing to short UCBI, this is an earnings play. United, another bank. Take a look at KRE. I want to see what KRE is doing. Regional Bank ETF. See what it is doing. Yeah, I mean it's basically flat. I never trade options. No, Smoke Eater. I don't trade options. So how did CMAX open? Oh, it did not open. I thought you meant all right, where did this open now? BBLG. So that opened down. We're mainly waiting for the CMAX to open, see where it does open. Yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was $5. Okay, so it just opened. CMAX just opened, and ugh. All right, guys, I'm very interested in CMAX. It's sort of meeting their criteria. Got halted at 383 and it's still hanging around that price. I want to see if it pops up. Not a recommendation to do the same thing. Okay, guys. Well, you know what how much more is it going to go? It's still pretty frothy here. Guys, I have to concentrate on the CMAX, okay? So I need it to get over 4 again. Guys, I got to concentrate on this CMAX, so that's why I'm not talking. You know what, guys? I got out of it right around 4. I just don't like the way it's trading. So made a just a pittance on it. It may pop on me, but boy, that's a tough spread now too on the CMAX. I'm just waiting on it again. I want to see if it can reclaim 4 in a big way. Yeah. Well, it's a bad spread. I mean, look at that spread, 377, 394. So what I'm going to do on this one is just put a price alert maybe around that 410 mark. Okay, where do you see your account balance in the sim? If you click on accounts, you should be able to see it, how much you've got. Just click on accounts, okay? It looked pretty good for a fleeting second on the CMAX, you know. The bid was about 402, 405. I thought, okay. But it just couldn't hold it. All right, Oliver. Well, this is going to be a huge difference this contest. You know, I can see right off the bat. Number one, in terms of the profit, we're not probably going to get some crazy numbers. But there's Oliver in third place. Lazar, I think Lazar. Where are you, Lazar? Sometimes you're in YouTube, I think. And Andrew, also Andrew. I think these are people from the room. Via Perry, I recognize your name. These are the Warren Buffett's even in it. Good for him. Boy, BHC just continued down, guys. I did not, man, toying with the idea of shorting that, but I thought I'd be chasing it. But man, something kicked this one. I mean, this was at 750, you know, just hanging in around the 750 mark. It gets all the way back down to 570. So almost a $2 drop from a $7 stock. Okay, so I thought I showed you. Maybe if you click on, you're talking about here, click on your account. This should show you how much money you've got. Click on account. If you don't have account, then make sure you can load it. Click on new and accounts tab. So if you don't have something that says account, it's right here. Can you see my screen? Okay. puzzles me that that's not a default tab. It really puzzles me. Wow, look at this gap continuation or reversal scan. So no margin, no margin, no margin in the last contest. There was no margin either. Just 100,000. That's it. I don't make the rules. Okay. Exactly. Exactly. If you start making profit, absolutely. We're a kind of an ugly day, guys. I'm not just talking about the fact the market's moving down, but just I'm not seeing a lot of follow through and stuff. I'm not saying there's nothing. Okay. Here's Tulsa, TLSA. I've only had one trade, Jay, the truth in our YouTube room. Only had one trade, and that was on the CMAX. Made just a pittance on it. We don't discuss about how much I made or anything like that, but all right. Now this one could be interesting. This LW, I'd love to see it take out 59. Let's take a look on a monthly chart. Where could it keep going? This is an earnings play, and it's gap down and reversal. So 69, 59.40, 59.40 is the next low looking left. So that's too close, of course. I'm sorry. 59. Okay. I got to read this better. 49.71. Is that right? Yeah. So on a monthly chart, anyway, man, the next low looking left is 49.71. Basically, almost $10 away. Wow. Almost $10 away. So okay, let's see if this has any more legs on the way down here for the LW. All right. Boy, BHC continues to move down here. Anybody, any news on this one? I could not find any specific news. I mean, this is not just market related. I mean, one could say that because it's following the SPY, but I don't believe that this sort of a thumping is just all due to the market. Here we go. So traders are circulating a blog report saying the company is negotiating potential pre-pack Chapter 11. Okay. So that's the reason, guys. That is the reason. Potential Chapter 11. Okay, so Glenn Bell in our YouTube room had a question, wondering if we had access to the Momo scanner if we are only using the trial version for trade ideas. Well, if you're part of the contest, you've paid the $777, you have access to the full, just as if you're a full subscriber. You have access to everything. Okay. If you're talking, are you talking about this scan right there, the momentum scan as an example? Like I'm sharing all my scans. What time is it now? 10. In fact, it's time for me to go over my homepage and all. So yeah, I'm sharing everything. So if you click on my homepage link, so those of you who are looking for my scans, just give me a moment, guys. We're going to manage a trade here, perhaps. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, scroll down, middle section, here are my scans. There's the momentum scan that you see, okay? There's the momentum, but I'm sharing a lot of other scans. There's the halts resumes. This is the race. This top one right there, that's the race. But it's actually time now for me to talk about my homepage and also the contest. I think you can still sign up for the contest. I have the balance of today, of course, and tomorrow and Friday. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. Thank you. If you go to my homepage, okay, if you go to my homepage, who asked the question? Page setter, go to my homepage link, okay? And just click on the link and then middle section are my scans. And here it is right there, momentum scan, okay? Momentum scan is right there. Now, do you not know how to load a link? That's a different question. So loading, okay, well, I'll go through it. So all you have to do, for instance, any one of these, of course, you just click on open scan, click on open scan. The link should appear either in a new tab, depends on your browser settings, but you can see the link is right up here. All I'm going to do, don't look at all this. I find it way too confusing. All you have to do is just highlight it, like paste it, like highlight it, and then copy it. Control C. Now you've copied the link. You've copied the link. And now go to your toolbar, File, Load from Cloud, and look. See, that ends in CO54, ends in CO54. So you know the link has been, it automatically should appear. If you've done this correctly by copying this link, it automatically should appear. Now, if for some reason this is blank, then you have to paste it in, Control V it in. Okay, but I haven't come across a situation like that in years that it, as long as you copy this correctly, this will appear. And then the next step is just load it. Once you load it, it's on your screen. Okay, it'll appear right on your screen. Okay, let me know if that worked. Oh my God, it worked. That's magic. All right, guys. Well, the LW is working nicely for me, very nicely for me. Now I'm thinking of taking some profit. It's right at that 58 level. And that's a short. You heard me talking about it. I am not telling anybody to do what I do, but you saw it right there, the gap down and go. I said, great, underneath that whole number. Had room when I looked on the monthly chart. It's up to you. I'm not trying to tell anybody to trade the way I do. But, I talk about the type of trades I'm looking at and why I'm taking them. And I've just taken some profit on it. I'm worried that it might not take out that 58 level. I'm a momentum player, Matt. Absolutely a momentum player. I mean, that's what I was looking at with the LW. This was a gap down and go from here. So this was at the low of the day, breaking down under a whole number. I look left to see what sort of room it had. To me, it had a ton of room. Now, I would have loved to have seen it take out 58 and keep moving down, but basically, I am a momentum player. Okay. All right. What is next now? This was actually a nice one. TS, I didn't take it, but gap down and reverse TSM. So there's stock gap down and reversing. You know what? I better go over my homepage. Okay, so let me put this link in again. Okay, this is the test drive. Well, test drive is you'll get the balance of today, Thursday and Friday, and Monday. Okay, but really, what you're doing is, if you want to take part in this contest, it'll cost you $7.77. If you're a premium subscriber, though, you're automatically you can get into the contest. Okay, if you're a standard subscriber and you want to take part in the contest, it'll cost you $7.77. If you don't have a subscription at all, it'll cost you $7.77. When the test drive and contest is over on Monday, nothing for you to do. You're not in a subscription. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. Please do not contact our support people saying, okay, the contest is over or the test drive is over. Please make sure I'm unsubscribed. Don't worry about that. You're automatically unsubscribed. Okay. We do not put you into a subscription. And I just want to keep emphasizing that because we get too many emails from people not understanding that. And it just ties up our support staff by having to answer these emails. So understand, when the test drive is over on Monday, it's over. Nothing to do. So Matt, I have a very simple trading style. Okay, I really it's price and action. I mean, I'm aware of where the 200-day moving average is on the daily chart. I am aware of where the VWAP is, but that's about it. But again, don't try. I'm not trying to tell anybody that's the way they should trade. Okay, that's just the way I trade. I'm not a big indicator guy. I mean, I do have the 10 SMA here. It's sort of interesting to me, but to be honest, I'm just more of a price and action, price and volume. So on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. Well, when you say it's going to take you some time, I mean, obviously with any software program, there's a learning curve, and I'm going to go over that right now. Okay. So I'm going to click on so if you click on my homepage link that I just put in there. So first of all, I mean, if you want to anybody wants to take out a subscription right now, you can do that. Obviously, you can use this promo code. You'll get 15% off. Barry 15. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. All I ask is that at any time in the future, you do decide to take out a subscription, please use whatever promo code you find on my homepage. I mean, this can change, of course, but if you do that, this will really go a long way to keeping these rooms free because the rooms get credit for the subscription. Okay. Now, like any software program, the first thing you should do is do the get started. This will really help, I think. Obviously, if you've already downloaded and installed and you're already logged in, you don't have to do this. But I mean, if you're starting from scratch, here's a download and install. First, start up and log in. The toolbar. What is the toolbar all about? And right-click magic, right-clicking on a chart or right-clicking on a scan. But this is it. Important introduction to scans. You have to do this at least, and understand what a top list window is and what an alert window is, okay? And this doesn't take long. I would look at doc layout. I should lobby. I know I keep saying this, but I should lobby, get this out. I don't think that's important enough to put in the initial lessons or videos. But this will only take, if you looked at every one of these, only about 30 minutes. So it's like any other software program. Of course, there's a bit of a learning curve, but what we've tried to do here is cover the important topics. Now, if you're new to trading, Trading 101, free series of videos. If you're new to trading, I do a stock of the day video you can sign up for. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section right here. Now here's our user guide. Now again, don't get hung up on how big the user guide is. It's like any other software program, lots of stuff in a user guide. But again, you don't have to learn everything. Getting started, mandatory. Now this is a lot, you get a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. This is the stock racing that I'm running right here, or running a race, how you can create your own race. I put price alerts on charts all the time. You want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow. Here's how you do it. But again, you don't have to learn everything that's in here. If I threw you, my analogy is always, the MS Word. If I threw you the MS Word manual and I said, well, before you do anything, you have to learn the entire manual. Nobody would do it. Most people, all they care about, well, how do I print? Or how do I type on the screen? How do I print? How do I save it? Maybe change a font. That's it for most people, okay? But look at the manual. It's huge. Our manual is big. You don't have to learn everything. Here's the Getting Started series again. Now, daily support. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday, so it should be Jamie's. Jamie sometimes listens to me, but I will find out, make sure it is Jamie today. Before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Jamie. And this is between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Now, my scans. Here are my scans. If you click on my homepage link, and all you have to do is scroll down, middle section, these are the scans that I'm currently sharing. I do not have them all up and running. That would be way too many scans to have all up and running. Right now, I've got this race right here. This race right here is this one at the top. I do have 2 other races that I'm sharing. I don't have them up and running. This is the momentum scan that you see right over here. This is the gap continuation or reversal scan is right here. Okay, but I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. I don't know, Gordon, are you in the room from Vietnam by any chance? You asked me a question. By the way, guys, if you have a question, it's way easier for me to answer it here rather than by you're sending me an email. And then we go back and forth with emails, okay? So don't be shy. If you have questions, if I'm in a trade and I have to concentrate, I'll let you know. But you can ask me questions all day long. And it's way easier for me. I can demonstrate right on the screen. Imagine if somebody said, I don't know how to load a link, and we're going emailing back and forth. And look what I was able to do. Just show how you load a link. Really simple. All right. Now, what is Trade Ideas? What are we? We are a real-time alert scanner. Okay. Now, we do other things. We can screen. But this is what I mean. So this is an example of a real-time alert scanner. So if I right-click on it, and this is what we're talking about when we talk about right-click magic, right-click, click on configure, and like all my scans, all you have to do is do that, and then it'll tell you what the scan is looking for, or what the, sometimes it's a top list that I'm sharing, but it'll tell you what it's looking for. So if I click on summary, This is what this scan is looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This is a super powerful filter that we have. So if you're looking for abnormally active stocks, this is a filter that almost mandatory to use. What number you use is going to be, up to you. I'm using 3 here, but there's no, well, everybody should use 3 or 5 or 10 or 1. It's not like that. This gives it the momentum, though. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. In 5 minutes, it's 400% of normal. Okay. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was calm, 10:27 plus 48 seconds, and the price was 68.10. That's the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. These are all real-time alerts. Okay. So if you want the scan, it's available on my homepage. But if you wanted to make a change, of course you could. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you don't like something else about it. Or maybe you want to add in an indicator that you like. Okay, it's up to you. But if you like the scan the way it is, it's available on my homepage. Now, here is how you can create your own scan. Now, this is Pacesetter. This is sort of not just directed to you, but anybody else. When you look at this, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. And right at the very top, the 2 most popular ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters, the screeners that we've got. Now, nobody should get hung up on how many we've got, thinking, man, this is way too complicated. How am I going to learn them all? You don't have to. Okay. The only reason we have so many is that with all the different trading styles out there, we had to create enough different real-time alerts and screeners, filters, so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day in my scans and a handful of the filters. That's it. Doesn't mean the rest of these are not good. It just means for my trading style, that's all I care about. Yes, that's the whole idea, Mayor. You can trade previous AI alerts that are not from today. Yes. Okay, so do not get hung up on how many we've got, thinking, wow, this is way too complicated. I cannot learn them all. You don't have to learn them all. And that's why I've got some scans that I'm sharing. They're different sort of scans. They're not all the same. So something might appeal to, now these are, I'm an intraday trader. I mean, so all the scans are designed for intraday trading. Well, this was a pretty good one from our AI, and actually it was shortable for me. No pun intended, but I backed off it. But here's the alert at 183, 147. That's almost 20% now, and it was shortable for me. Now the issue would be that spread. I don't know what the spread was like the whole time, but I'm looking at it right now, 148, 161. All right, what is the market doing? So the market is now starting to level off a little bit here, maybe. So let me talk a little bit about this race that you see here. Okay, so I'm running now. Again, in the guide, the user guide, there's a whole section on TI stock racing, how you can create your own race. But I'll show you what this race is all about. Now, notice I'm running 4-minute races. You can pick the time frame that you want, of course. So what the race does is this. So I'm 3 minutes into this race. Since the race started, this is the stock that has moved. Well, now we just had a change. PIRS is the one that has moved the most, 3.5% of 47 cents since the race started. Let's click on it. I know this is pulled back a lot. So stock doesn't have to be at the high of the day, okay, for a stock to be winning a race. All it has to be doing is making a move from wherever it is, and it has to be the biggest percentage move, okay, for it to be on top of the leaderboard. But what I'd be doing, you don't have to wait, number one, for a race to finish to click on the alert. Notice how, and there's always going to be a jockeying for position like any other race. So now let's click on NUZE. Again, it's not at the high of the day. It may, it's trying to maybe make a little move here. I wouldn't be looking at this because I'm looking at that. Where's the VWAP? Well, I mean, it's between the VWAP, current price, and the VWAP's at 357. So, there are some traders that will maybe take a look at this and say, can it get close to the VWAP? But that's up to you. That's completely up to you. But the nice thing about the racing is that it'll automatically create a top 10 list for you, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that BBLG has won 4 races, Dr. MA 2, etc. Okay. And that gives you a list of stocks just to concentrate on, especially if you're new to trading. You can click on them at any time and see what they're doing. Now, if you don't know, if you don't know what you're looking at, if you click on an alert and you're looking at a chart and you say, well, I don't really know what it's telling me, then you've got to practice trading, okay? Trade Ideas is called Trade Ideas for a great reason. It's an idea generator. It doesn't mean that every time you see an idea that you trade it. You have to understand what the chart is trying to tell you. Now, getting back to the list, why are these stocks showing up in the first place? Well, I'll right click on the stock race and I'll open the top list. And that's what all races are based on a top list window. Notice now when I right click on the top list window, it says launch real-time stock race. So of course you can create your own top list window of the stocks that you want to see. This is what I've done in this top list window. I right click on it, configure, summary. So I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, and it has to be up at least 2% from previous close. That's why these stocks are showing up here, okay? Because they meet all of these filter requirements. Now, you don't have to have the same parameters. If you want a different price range or, different filters in here, of course, it's completely up to you. This is what I want to see, though. Now, before we had the races, how a person would use a top list window is, let's just say, with the parameters that you've selected, a price range and a minimum volume, things like that. If you had a column header, I have a column header, that's a change from the close percent. So common question, how do I see the stocks that are up the most today? Well, if you double left click on the column header, this shows me that news, NUZE, is up 198% from yesterday's close, Dr. MA 95%, etc. If I want to see the stocks that are up the most from their opening trade today, as long as you have the column header and it says change from the open percent, you can click on it. And again, you're sorting, okay? So TIRX is the one that is up the most based on, of course, they has to be meeting these filter requirements, has to be between 1 and 50, etc. So that's all well and good. But what the race does, it takes it in my opinion, to another level. Because what happens if, here's this PRG, I know that's MNMD, okay? Let's take a look at MNMD. It's up 4.7% from the open, okay? It's opening trade today. What if for some reason, all of a sudden, MNMD started to really move? Now it's up, 5%, 10%, 15%. How could you see that? You can possibly see that, okay? Unless you're staring at that particular stock, you'd never see something that's moving up in the list. And that's where the race comes in. The race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from the open or the close. All it cares about is that when the race started, what stock is moving the most percentage-wise. That's all it cares about. So this is going to tell you, the stocks that are moving the most when the race starts. So you can see the last winner was TIRX. Now, how you trade it, of course, now has to be up to you. I mean, now, this is something that's kind of interesting. It's through the 200-day moving average. It's another one of these low float stocks, 1.26 million in the float. Boy, a lot of halts resumes today, guys. Super active day. Well, you can sort the columns. I just showed you. Unless I'm not understanding what you meant. Here are the columns, right? Here are the columns. I'm sorting on them. Okay. Highest relative volume. Sorting on it. Highest change from yesterday's close. Yeah, I am sorting on them. How do you cancel an order? If you go into Brokerage Plus and go into your orders, okay, if you had one, you would just right click and you should get something that says cancel order. Okay, let me just take one. I'll just, for fun, I'll take a trade in this TIRX. Well, I don't want to take the trade. You're right. I want to conditionally take it. But you just, if you're, so I'm assuming that you've put in a conditional order. Or are you talking about getting out of a trade, Mac? Are you talking about you've placed a conditional order? I'm sorry. I've asked two questions at the same time. So that, yes, I don't know what that applies to. So I'll ask the first question. Are you trying to get out of a trade that you're in? Okay. Just flatten it. Okay. So if I take this trade, 400 shares, I'll buy it, send it. Oh, I don't want to be in this one. Okay. Going to the paper trading. Now, if I just have to flatten it, I highlight. So if I had a series of trades I was in, I just highlight the one I want and I flatten it. That'll get you out of the trade, okay? Now, I do have two other races that I'm sharing, which may be, if you're new to trading, I don't want to say easier, but they're not as volatile, okay? They're large cap ones. So what I did was, in my top list, it's essentially the same top list, but I added a market cap, 500 million market cap, and a minimum float of 50 million. So consequently, those two I am sharing. So you will not get the same like dramatic. You more than likely will not see things that are up 7%. Okay, because of the market cap. All right, so let's take a look at Krev. I want to see what happened with this Krev. All right, let's take a look at the leaderboard now, guys. So Manish is a pretty sizable lead, actually, 13,000. And again, this is very, very different from the other contests we've had. Normally, at this point, we probably see somebody up well, 50,000, maybe even 100,000, something like that. But in this contest, only being able to trade the AI alerts, a little bit different. And the reason why people could be up a lot in the other contests is because they could be taking some of these crazy ones, these low floaters that have huge moves. But nonetheless, there we go. So where are you, Oliver? Pepe. All right, Pepe, our Pepe. I'm always going to cheer on anybody that I know, that I can recognize from either the YouTube room or our main room. So there's Oliver, who actually won the last two contests. Boy, BHC is just no kidding. I wish well, I don't know. I'm not going to beat myself too much because it would have been a chase, but in this particular case, this would have been an awesome chase down. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Yeah. So Jamie is listening to me off and on. So he says he will be in the room in about a little over an hour, about an hour and 10 minutes when I take my break. Jamie will take over for me in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So this is an AI alert. This PIRS, PIRS. So interesting. This is a merger that's been announced. Surger's an all-stock merger deal. So they're merging with Palvella. Oh, it's a privately held company. Okay, so we can't check to see what that one is doing. He's off busy trading futures, or the E-mini. Sorry, well, I think he's really concentrating on trading the NQ FinFan. He pops in every now and then. All right, guys, let's see. So there's the peers. This is the gap up and reverse. So it's also showing up in our in the AI. You're not? It's right here. You should be right there. Now make sure that you probably have profitable trades checked. I would uncheck it. Okay. You should, especially if in the contest, because you can trade these any way you want. Okay. So that's probably the reason. So on that filter box, my opinion is, uncheck whatever's there and so that you have none. It just should say none. Moment, please. All right. Wow. There's this. Shoot, I lost sight of this one. So you can see this one up 17% since the race started. This TIRX. I just lost sight of it. Yeah. Wow. Talk about gap down now, guys. Look at this NXTT. All right. Rivian's having a bit of a bounce here. RIVN, sort of a red bar ignored. Not quite. No, I'd be watching Tesla to see what Tesla is doing. TSLA, see if it's bouncing also a little bit. Nah, not really. It's leveling out, but it's not really bouncing. Now, CMAX, I'm glad you mentioned CMAX draw, because this could be the one later on in the day. Okay, it's kind of hanging tough. I have my alert set just over $4, but this could be the one later on in the day if we get some volume coming in and popping it through, because it's got the room when you look left. Okay, guys, let's see. I'm looking at a couple things on my thumbnail charts. Nothing's really standing out. Yeah, the spread was not good for CMAX earlier. I got reasonably lucky, but you never know what happens later on in the day. Yeah, no kidding. Did it ever stop it? Not shortable for me. Interactive Brokers, TIRX. Yeah, that whole number. Well, look at this one. This does not care what the market's doing. Highwood Properties, HIW. This is an earnings play. Lease earnings after hours. Really, not a big reaction. No big reaction this morning, but this has been pretty steadily up. HIW. Well, for the SPY to have bottomed, I think it really has to take this out. This 546.25 bottom for a while anyway. Take out the highs of the two previous 15-minute candles. Bitcoin's having a good day, though. Take a look at IBIT. So some of these Ethereum started trading yesterday. Well, this one did not start trading. What? Give me one that started trading yesterday. Yeah, I don't see any news on CREV either. CREV, low float, 1.8 million in the float out of Ireland. So I don't know any. Yeah, I don't see any news on this one either. Just one moment, please. Wow, don't often get ones like this, guys. And it's not a news halt. QXO halted. You don't often get these really expensive ones that are halted. Not that much volume. It's not an earnings play. I don't know what they do. Transformative business management solutions. Okay, well, anyway, this is halted. QXO is halted. Yeah, you and me both, Hank. I'm just not I'm not feeling it today. Okay, here's I don't know if the rest of the cannabis plays are moving down like CGC, but CGC moving down. Yeah, I mean, I would have thought if it's a buyout, it would be a news halt. Okay, so this one, so I don't know what the connection is exactly, guys, but you can see that this BHC Bausch, and then you've got the B. I don't know exactly what the connect. Obviously, there's some kind of a connection. BLCO is Bausch and Lomb, and it is moving down though. But maybe there's no connection. I don't know. I mean, it's moving down. It was a spin-off, a complete spin-off. Okay, thank you. And this is the news for for BLCO acquiring a diagnostic company called Trucara Medical. So that's the news, and that is somewhat typical. You know, a company acquires another one, probably having issue shares or something. Or they investors don't like that because their positions are being diluted. I don't know I don't know how they're doing it. Ugh, I was going to thinking about this one, but look at the spread: 1231, 1262, and that's the PESI. Whoa, we got some interesting happenings now on the leaderboard, guys. So Lazar, who I'm pretty sure Lazar. So Mayor, I guess you weren't listening to me because the minute you asked that about sorting columns, I demonstrated how to sort the columns. So perhaps you weren't listening. But let me just so Lazar now has taken over from Manish, and Lazar typically, I've seen him, I think maybe in our YouTube room. Lazar, are you around? I've got a little horse race going on right now. So anyway, sorting a column. I mean, I again, I hope, are you, before I do it again, can you let me know that you can hear me and see my screen? Okay. Okay. So here's a column. Okay. Here's a column. I just sorted on it. Change from the close. Here's another column. I just sorted on it. Change from the open. Relative volume. I just sorted on it. So, well, I wish you were a little more specific then. Okay. Um, well, you can. I can sort on the entry time. I can sort on the entry price. I can sort on, I can sort on the entry time. But what do you want to sort? I can sort on price if I want. Oh, you're talking the long term. You're not talking about today's. I don't know. I haven't. I've never tried that. Let's see. I mean, if you tried and you can't do it, so this gives you the date. I see. So this, if you expand it, that tells you the date. Yeah, it looks like you can. I'm just sorted on it. There's 624, 625, 626, 628, etc. So it looks like you can. Well, you see, I just did it. Okay, I just did it. Here's today: 723, 718, 718, 717. I just did it. But maybe you want to expand the entry time so you can see the actual date. Just double left click. Okay, rapidly. Yeah, it's a double left click. It's a okay. Can I trade live market with paper money? Yes. Our simulator uses our real-time data, if that's what you mean, Jermaine. And that's what I mean, that's what this contest is all about. These are people trading, it's simulation, but they're trading as if, in a real account, because it's all live data. So I mean, our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay. Well, all the data you see here is from the stock exchanges. I'm not sure to understand what you mean. These are all from the stock exchanges. I mean, that's what you're paying trade ideas to do, is to have live data from the stock exchanges. I mean, otherwise you couldn't, what would be the point of the program? Maybe I'm not understanding what you mean. I mean, if I right click on this, say this window here, alert window, and I click on configure, and then I click on exchanges. So that, these are the exchanges that we get data from, live data. Maybe I'm not understanding what you mean. This is maybe an interesting little breakout here, guys. Safe, SAFE, safe. Now, where's the next high? Well, if this can take out this high right there, which is 2320, not that far away, then the next high is 2403. So I'll stick a price alert in that area and see if it does take that out. Yeah, another one that's, I don't like the spread, 2291, 2308. I don't like the spread. Yeah, today for me, so far, highly selective day to trade. Not that I'm aware of, Wiggle Boss. Boy, this has got some room, guys. I mean, the VRT has got a couple of dollars to the next low in the daily chart. Daniel, I think the question more is why did it go up so much in the previous days? I don't know if there, well, you probably looked to see if there's any news. This is one that I would see every single day. In this race, it was moving higher, but I don't know what happened yesterday. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see any news on it at all. Is that right? Okay, yeah. Well, it hasn't affected at all. Why it did this, is more to the point. What did it get up to? 779. But you're right. That is a massive drop yesterday. Okay, so Hutch, question in our YouTube room. I have seen a channel called Alpha Trader, but I don't have it in my channels. Is it still available? Yes, it is, but please listen really, and anybody else, okay? Please listen really closely, okay? If you click on new, channel bar. Now, again, you can click on the channel bar and you're going to see Alpha Predator. The Alpha Predator channel is here. Okay, where are you? Click on the show more. At least it used to be. Come on, please be here. There it is, Alpha Predator. Okay, now here's the deal though. Don't click on it. Don't click on anything from this channel bar until you have saved your layout to the cloud. Okay, because if you click on anything from the old channel bar, your layout will just go away. I mean, it's okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. All right. So again, and that was the reason why we created the docked channel bar. Alpha Predator didn't make it into it, but you can see that I can click on anything in the dock channel bar, my layout remains. And that was the reason for the dock channel bar. The old channel bar, though, when you click on it, your layout will go away. Okay? So as long as you understand that, but it is there. Well, yeah, I know what you're saying. I mean, it is being worked on, but I've heard that for years, okay? To be honest. That's why I didn't really want to get too, somebody said, I mean, in other words, you put in a symbol and what would the AI tell you? Well, it's been worked on for years as far as I know, and that's why I don't get too excited about those sort of things. Now, what we are working on, which is pretty cool, I haven't got any alert yet today, but that little mail icon will start to generate some intraday AI. Well, I'll call them AI alerts, but alerts intraday. And for instance, yesterday, not that I could take advantage of it, but it suggested the Big Short of that stock. Can't remember what it is anymore. Don't have it listed anymore, but you know the one. It's at $1 now. Went up to 12, all the way down to $1. Well, I'll show you. It's still here. This one, the AZTR. Suggestion to short right here at 956. Now the problem is I didn't have shorts available, and so that was incredibly good. And that was like and so this was not. It's I don't know how to phrase it really. I mean, I'm going to call it AI, but these are symbols that are not going to show up necessarily in our AI. I'm just waiting for one to show up. And I'll know when one shows up when when that mail icon turns yellow. I don't know. It's a good question. Let me ask. Because it did not show up in normal, we'll call it normal AI, right? Let me ask. I'm just asking the question, Oliver. All right, so this is okay. So this is an IPO, guys. Shoot, did it really? Well, I didn't get a trigger yet for CMAX. So this is an IPO today, I guess. Yes, price at 430 a share, and yeah. So it's no enthusiasm yet. Anyway, it's underneath the IPO price. Probably a low amount of shares released. No answer yet, Oliver. Well, it's a good question though. Most people don't even know this exists, so that's why I don't know. I mean, that's the reason most people don't even know this exists. I didn't even know it existed till yesterday. I mean, I knew the message or the little email icon was there, but I didn't know that they were putting these out. I'm definitely going to be watching today, though. For one, whether you can trade it in the contest or not, I don't. Okay, so Steve is going to ask Dan, and I'll get an answer soon. So that means you could, in theory, then you could trade any one of these, and some of these are pretty high flyer. Well, of course, the AZTR, the Mira, FDMT, anything showing up here, MEIP. But let me make sure before you guys do it. Excuse me. Well, I'll tell you guys. Anybody in the room, I'll tell you. Okay, so I know that, but they are being pumped out by emails though too. So all right, guys, TKNO is somewhat interesting to me right now. Okay, when you open a channel from the channel bar, okay, I'm not sure I know what you mean, but let's do it. I'll show you a new docked channel bar, right? Docked channel bar, docked channel bar. So here's a channel. So I don't know what you mean exactly because they're showing up as a layout normally, like normal. Yeah, docked channel bar, docked channel bar. Again, if I had my druthers, I'd get rid of that old one, but company doesn't want to. So, and in this fashion, you can still have your layout without it being disrupted by any channel you load from the docked channel bar. Does the AI price alerts on short squeeze gains? In other words, is there, there are different strategies that make the cut. One of them may have like a high short float percent. They don't all, but some of them might. My guess, for instance, on the PRG, I'm sure that was not a high short float percent, but it all depends on the strategy that made the cut. To be honest, Jermaine, I wouldn't even pay attention to the strategies that made the cut. Okay, these are three Holy Grail. I mean, you can take a look at them. I really think that to make it simple, it shouldn't really matter. It's just a matter of clicking on the alert and seeing what you're seeing. Okay, I have no. I think there might be some guide that goes over what the strategies are looking for, but I would uncomplicate it. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't make any difference. I mean, you get the alert, you click on it, whether, this is from Holy Grail. Um, and one of the strategies, I don't know what it is, looks like this is something that said, okay, we think this is a top. And now, I mean, if you actually click on these, and I never do, I mean, I just don't do it. Downward topping formation, downward momentum, breakout long. Okay. Some of them make sense. I mean, topping formation. So topped, a bit of a top, and we think we should short this topping formation. All right, Pepe. Pepe's moved up to number 4 now. Daniel, is that you? The Daniel in the room? Are you talking about these ones? You're having a hard time finding these ones, Jermaine? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's all I look at. I think it overcomplicates when you start looking at all the other information that is there. And if you listen, well, you probably weren't in the YouTube room yesterday, or if you were, this whole thing about alerting now, this is going away. I mean, I don't know when, I can't tell you when, but this grid format is going to go away, and the AI alerts will be more presented like this. If I can come on. Again, this is so much in its infancy, but something like this, okay? Something like this. So again, you look at the one from yesterday, but that is the way it's going to be presented going forward. But going forward, I mean, this is not like tomorrow. And it will be getting rid of this grid. Way more visual. Okay, Oliver, let me ask. This is, if you can see my screen, right at the end of the toolbar, there's a little icon. It looks like a little mail icon. So if you see the green ball, then you see your status, and then you see there's a little icon. Hopefully you can see what I'm pointing at. That is a message. That's like a little email icon. All right. So the answer is yes. If you find this, if you find it, you can trade anything you see in here. So Oliver, I'm just asking that question. Guys, I'm just waiting on some answers here, okay? Right here. Right here at the end of the toolbar, there's a little mail icon, okay? I understand. I mean, a lot of people are not going to know this, but I don't make the rules, okay? I don't make the rules. Our CEO said yes, so I don't make the rules. And if you click on it, you're going to see some AI messages, okay? There has not been a new one today. When that changes color to say, I think it's yellow, then you know there's a new message. But ultimately, what has to happen, get it out of this, get it into something like this, and also have a sound alert so you know when something happens. I mean, this is in its infancy. Well, can you not see my screen? Right at the end of the toolbar. Even if you have your toolbar shrunk, you should be able to see it. See, I'm shrinking it down right there. Can you see right there? That right. See the green ball? This is your status. And now this. You click on it and it takes a while, but click on the created and you'll see the previous ones. Okay. Okay, Oliver, as far as they're concerned, you can trade anything. So if you want to go back 60 days, as far back as you want, you can trade anything. Anything that's in that AI channel. If you can go back, I didn't think you could go back that far, but go for it. Can you actually see a year? Can you actually? I thought you could only go back about 63, like 3 months. But can you actually? You've been able to look at that calendar and adjust it so you can see the whole, like a year if you want. But do you actually get symbols? I mean, I know it allows you to select the date range. Okay, well, I guess if it allows you. All right, guys, TKNO, TKNO. Now, I should have pointed this out. I'm sorry. There's so much going on with our Slack channel. I'm asking questions and trying to figure out some things on my own. The TKNO, I should have mentioned this because this is a decent one from the Go No Go. Okay, a decent one. I'm not saying it's stellar yet, but it is decent. Okay, cool. Well, then go for it then. So this is what I saw here on the Go No Go, guys. 321. Okay, didn't it? I did not get in at 321. A little bit later, but this is what I saw on the Go No Go. Again, it's all about the color change. I'll put that in the Slack channel, Shady. I agree. I agree. I'm again, don't make the rules, but The only thing I can think of is they want to direct you to the AI channel, but okay. How do I add multiple undocked windows into a docked window? Okay, so Suhan, I will show you. Okay, I will show you. I don't dock anymore because the docking, I'm going to try it again because I've done some changes, but the docking seemed to really slow down my system. I think you guys can all agree that you hardly hear my computer anymore, right? I think that's a fair statement. Yeah, so I made some changes to what I'm seeing. So yeah, and dock getting rid of dock windows was one of them. But anyway, so to first of all, so Suhan, what I'm going to do though is I will show you where you can find all this information in our user guide, okay? Because you're going to forget. I'll go over one, but you'll probably forget. So you should have a way in which you can refer to something in the user guide. So let me just get my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down till you get to the education section, click on the education section, and then click on the user guide. And there's a whole section on docking. Where are you? Here you are, docking. Okay, so here's the whole section on docking, and that'll explain it. But I will demonstrate a couple, and you just have to keep repeating, okay? So you click on New, Docked Window. Now, this showed up on my other monitor, but when you do that, you should see a little box that says Dock Window Title. I'm going to type in Test, and I'll show you. It showed up on my other monitor, okay? Okay, see, and so give it a name. No, I undocked everything. Again, I will try again, maybe on Monday. Put the docking back in and see if it really. I did some other things to settle down my computer, but anyway. So here it is. Okay, so you give it a name. Oh well, they're not docked. They're not docked. So maybe this is a moot point. They're all free floating. All you have to do, I mean, I'm sharing this one, I'm sharing this one, I'm sharing this one, and I'm sharing this one. You can just load them individually and put them where you want. As far as I'm sharing my single stock window. The only thing is I'm not sharing the charts because the ones I want may not be what you want. Not sure I know what you mean. No, I don't click on. I don't. No, I mean, this is what I see all day long. This is what I see all day long. I don't have to click on. I don't have to click on anything to bring it back. If you're talking about down here, right here, these are all the. You're not talking about this, are you? The little icon, the taskbar that you click on. I don't think you're talking about that, but but you certainly don't have to click. Well, I have multiple monitors, but that doesn't matter. What if this were my only monitor? This is what I'd see without having to, bring every time I wanted to see something, I have to click on it to see it. Not sure I understand what you mean. Now, if you've only got one monitor and you've got you want to have your brokerage platform on it also. Well, if you're yeah, oh, okay. I guess. I mean, I have multiple monitors. You're right. But docking would not I suppose the docking would bring back, everything if that's what you mean. Uh, I see. Okay. Well, if you want to dock, I mean, you're right. I mean, obviously, a dock. If I bring back, yeah. So I used to dock my charts that I have on my other monitor. Okay, so here they all are. Okay, look, it's gone red now. But you see, yeah. I mean, you're right. In that case, maybe for you. So okay, I will demonstrate docking, and I'm just going to click on dock window again. And again, I'll type in test one this time. So here's what you would do. So give it a name. So if I wanted to dock the Halts resumes in there, okay, and you just repeat the steps. So if I right click on the window on the Halts resumes, and notice I have duplicate into test one. That's why I gave it a name. Okay, so now here it is. Okay, whoops, don't worry about that. This is where it gets tricky. It can get tricky. Okay. Like, don't worry what I just did. Now, if I want to dock momentum, right click, again, duplicate into test one. So here are two of them, okay, in here. I could dock anything I want. I could dock windows, or sorry, charts, races, anything I want. Now, here's the trick, okay, because if you want to leave them as tabs, you can, but most people, what they want to be able to do is see all the alerts. So now here's the trick. You left click on the header and you grab it, and you see this icon shows up with up, down, left, and right arrows. So you pick where you want to put it. So if I pick the down arrow, it's going to show up underneath this one. Okay. If for some reason I wanted Momo to be to the right of this one, I would click on it again and move it to the right. If I want Halts resumes to be on top of this for some reason, I just go into there, and it's a little bit. Whoops, that didn't work. I released it not in time, but that's the whole idea of it. Okay, okay. So it's a little tricky because you can see what can happen if you click on like, and now you get this, and you say, well, what am I doing? What am I doing? And then you release it. All of a sudden, it becomes free floating. Okay, all you have to do is just click on the icon again. Well, I don't struggle anymore, really. I mean, I did that on purpose. Okay, so that's how you do it, and you just keep repeating. Now, the other thing I do is I also like to start all my dock windows with dock, because then what I can do, or name them all dock, because then what I can do, depending how many you've got, and I really like the dock. I'm ticked off that I can't really use it. I may try again, but if I start typing in dock, I can see then all of my docked window, everything every dock window that I have created. Okay, so that's why I like to call every window starting off with dock. Yeah, it's a lot cleaner. I mean, there's no question it's a lot cleaner, but and then you, of course, you save it to the cloud. Okay, you can save it to the cloud. All right, guys, 11:44. So Jamie will definitely be taking over for me in about 15 minutes. Let's take a look at our leaderboard now. Lazar. Now, Lazar has been a strong player in this contest. Ever since we've had this contest, Lazar has always appeared. I think he actually won a contest, but he's always hovering around the leaderboard. There's our Pepe right here. I don't know Manish. Daniel, I think you're the Daniel that's in the room. Hey, Brad Williams from Trade Ideas is here. There's Oliver. So still in the top 10. I got to admit, it's not as exciting because when you can't trade the crazy low floaters, you don't get the wild moves. But it is what it is, guys. I don't make the rules. Well, with the smaller float, you're going to get the more volatile action. There's no question, Jermaine, and that's indicative of a low float. There's stock works is up 14.5%. Look at the float, 1 million in the float. Again, think of the float. Times it now 11:46. So again, the float is basically the supply of stock that's available to be traded on any given day. So the lower that number, if there's any sort of interest, then this is what can happen. Okay, and now look at that. I mean, 3 million have traded, only 1 million are in the float. So it's traded the float, not quite 3 times. So again, like any commodity on earth, low supply, high demand. What happens to the price? Goes up. You can pick anything you can think of. That's what's going to happen. The problem is that once the demand dries up, in other words, the volume, the stock can sink a lot more quickly than it went up. Can't argue, Shady. Can't argue. When I say argue, I cannot. I mean, yeah. All right. Can you add alerts based? Of course. You mean a low float? Of course, we've got a float filter. If you just want to see low float stocks, understand though. I mean, they're very volatile. But one of our filters is if I right click, configure, and then if I search, click on the search, and I'm going to type in float. Okay. I'm going to type in float. And so we've got the short float percent. That's the the percentage of the float that is short. And here's your float. Okay, there is the float. So if you added that filter and you said, well, restrict it to say a maximum of 20 million in the float or whatever number you think you want, that's what you can do. I have it up here, because I don't want to limit the float just in case you get some stock that has a big float and it's starting to move and a big percentage or does have a percentage increase. So I don't, but most of the time, if a stock is up 26%, 25% now for works, has to be a low float. Because how does Apple, I know I pick on Apple, but I mean, for Apple, this is a big move for Apple. Like a 3% move for Apple is a big, big move. I mean, because look at the float, 15.4 billion in the float. But there's a tech sell off and all. Okay, guys. There's some interesting internal discussions happening right now. Okay. Now, did BHC move higher? Yeah. So this got halted. So this could be This could be a good bounce. I know they're talking about a Chapter 11 and all that, but you never know. This could be a nice little bounce. Oh, I don't know. Can it bounce for the day? No idea. Is it over $1, Sigmo? Wow. I mean, this is really pulled back badly from 90 cents down here. Your guess is as good as mine, Bizavi. You know, you know, that I don't trade stocks under $1, so I have no feel for it. Well, I traded out of it. Okay, SK, I did trade out of it. I'm looking maybe to get back in it. Okay, I'm just not loving the day in terms of follow through. So are you okay when you say the ticker in the are you saying it moves up and down? Like I think it depends. I don't think there's a way to stop that. I think it depends on profitability. I think if that's what you're talking about. Or are you talking about the ticker in the order box? Are you talking about literally somehow there's that like I don't understand. I mean, this should not be changing. You see, you're saying it's trading automatically? So you see here, I mean, obviously my so that's what I mean. The tick. So, okay, I got to understand what you're talking about. So you see, I got SGMO right here. Are you saying that without doing anything, it's changing to another symbol? I'm not saying it's trading it. It's just changing to another symbol. Okay. Now, first of all, I didn't think that. Let's just see if Idea Surfing does it. I didn't think it did. I didn't. Yeah, I know, but I clicked on Idea Surfing. Do you have Idea Surfing? Yeah, I just that. So that's the reason. Okay, that's the reason. Uncheck. Okay, right beside the sound icon, it's you see there's it says. Hopefully you can see my screen. It says currently Idea Surfing is a toggle on and off. Now Idea Surfing pause. So that's what's doing it. Idea Surfing. I actually didn't realize it went into the into Brokerage Plus too. The idea of Idea Surfing is that with your top list windows, if you had a bunch of top list windows, it would take a look at the top three as you have them sorted on your in your top list window. It would go through the top three, then go to another top list window, another one, always automatically loading the top three windows or the top three.
Hi, Barry.
Are you there already?
I am here. Bring it, Barry.
Okay. Jamie, just give me a moment, okay? I got to put my announcement in. I got to put the YouTube link in. Okay, guys, Jamie is in our YouTube room right now. Let me get my announcement in that I'll be on a break. So that's the first thing. On a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. That's number one. Number two, I will put the YouTube link in. Okay, I'll do that for you, Mayor. Just give me a moment, okay? So here is the YouTube link for you guys. You head over and listen to Jamie for his hour. And just give me one moment, Jamie. I just got to help somebody in the room. So it's right here. Okay, you see where it says Idea Surfing paused? It's a toggle on and off. If you can see my screen, it should be pretty obvious. Right beside Brokerage Plus, there's a little sound icon, and then Idea Surfing paused. So you've got it on, obviously. Didn't realize it. Now you just make sure it's on pause. Okay, I'm putting myself on mute now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. And now I can welcome Jamie to our YouTube room.
What's
Interesting
going
day, Jamie.
on, Mr. Barry? Yes, very interesting day on many aspects.
Yes, so I don't want to talk about the one aspect, but anyway, no point in bringing it up.
Things happen.
Things happen, exactly. Things happen. So, but I always like to start off with you anyway, asking you if you've traded anything.
Yeah, a few here and there, attempting to participate in the contest. I can tell you, Barry, I don't think I'll be winning the contest.
Yeah, but you work for Trade Ideas. How can you not win the contest?
That's a very good question.
Yeah, that's a very good. Not trying to put you on the spot.
That's a very good question.
No, well, it's a contest, okay, and you can do some wacky things that you wouldn't normally do if you're
Exactly.
trading for real. So
yeah, there's no fear in a
yeah,
contest.
exactly.
Other than that, it's I hit a couple of trades earlier, nothing to really to write home about. Interestingly enough, we're getting some red today as we just kind of cycle on down to these lower extremes.
Yeah. So we have no disconnect today. We've got the Dow down big and our techs or Nas down big also. So there is no disconnect between the value and growth stocks today, at least.
hmm I tell you what, let me go ahead and grab the screen here
Okay.
before I forget. There you go. All right. All right. Everybody should have eyes on moi.
And the big red, yeah, the big red spy.
Yeah, everybody's like, what is this?
Yeah, exactly. Nothing's,
But
it's not allowed.
when we do zoom out, I mean, oh no, we're taking a little pullback here.
Exactly.
Um,
Exactly.
but that is just the normal cycle of the markets. We're going to cycle up and down in these ranges up here, and who knows what's going to happen between now and that big event that's coming up, Barry. But
Oh, I thought you were going to say now in eternity, but okay. You're a little
that
more short term
also
thinking. Is there
that
something happened November, I don't know, 7th or 6th in your
yeah,
country?
something like that.
Okay.
And historically that has an effect on the markets.
As
But
a Canadian, Jamie, it's fascinating to watch. I have to admit. I mean, a lot of Americans don't realize that we get all your channels. Okay, so it's not like we live in a vacuum, and so we get all your channels. So we see all the stuff that's happening, and our politics are rather boring, which I kind of like compared to your politics. But anyway, it
no,
is
I agree.
fascinating to watch.
From a citizen of this country, it's amazing. It's just like, okay,
Mhm.
Bonko land. But anyway,
Without getting political, without
yeah,
even choosing sides, it doesn't really matter. It's just bonkers. It's just bonkers. You're
it's
right.
just bonkers no matter what side of the fence you're on. So
Exactly.
here, look at what we're doing on the weekly here. About to come test that 10 period,
Yes,
coinciding
yes,
perfectly with this little area right here. So,
yes.
you know,
Interesting.
not saying I know the future, but that's a very good possibility for a
Mhm.
stopping point. But we'll see.
Exactly.
We shall see. I know you got things to do, my friend.
Yeah.
So
Okay, thank you,
I'll let
Jamie.
you get to them, and we'll see you when you get back.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. Bye bye. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. One moment, please. Okay. Hi, everybody. This is Jamie taking over for Barry while he takes his well-deserved break. Morning kind of just flew by there, and this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So, especially if you're new, to all the regulars, hello. Hope everybody's green. If you're new, maybe just now participating in the contest and the test drive, welcome. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So, if you have any questions about the software, trading in general, just let me know. I'll do my best to answer your question. So there's no pre-planned script here, just talking shop and trade ideas and all things associated. I also have some very rudimentary chart reading skills. So if anybody wants me to take a look at a symbol, I can give you my take on it as well. Hey, Michael, I've been doing all right. How you been? Dragonfly saying to take a look at AVXL. Says it's supposed to go to 40. Well, let's just have a look-see here. Oops, my fingers would type properly. Well, let's see here. 40, huh? Well, if one was long and, at these levels and it went to 40, I'm sure one would be very happy. Um, Assuming I read your question right there, Dragonfly. Well, seeing as how this spike here, and make sure I got the right symbol, Alpha Victor X-ray Larry. Yeah, it looks like well, let's just zoom out a little bit more and make sure that is, oops, make sure that is, well, it would have to really exert some effort because it's looking like that high up there is 31.47. So not saying, I mean, hey, anything's possible. It's just, what about the probability of that happening? We'd have to get through some very key levels here before it could even take a run there. Here on the weekly, my eyes are initially drawn to this level here, right? Popped out of this range, blew past these guys here. Notice all the wicks there in prior weeks. That's going all the way back to January this year. Wick, wick, wick. Couldn't, supply held true there. Resistance, excursion all the way down to 327. Almost, well, we could call it a double from that area right there, but this is the next area of interest. Now, if we just flip back to the monthly one more time, always good when you see these high marks, high water marks like this. Going to anchor the VWAP to that day, see what it tells us. Okay, so 1112, going back to the weekly, 697. Interesting. So this is the 130 here. This is the anchored VWAP from the high. So that puts the 130 at 840. Yeah, but it's not going to even have a chance to come test any of these guys until we get a close on the weekly above here. And we would definitely need a close on the daily above that $7 level. And then maybe, just maybe, it could set up, camp above this level here and go sideways for a little bit while it gathers its strength if it is going to try to go higher. So that's just my 2 cents on that one, Dragonfly. Well, good. Glad to hear it, Michael. Always glad to hear it's been a good week. And, as Barry and I were just kind of discussing earlier on the SPY, hey, this is healthy. We have to have a little digestion. Now, chances are, in my opinion, we'll probably go on down and test these levels. We might even bleed through it. Not saying that's going to happen today or tomorrow. We never know. But that's just what it appears to be. Of course, I could be wrong. But just another little dribble down of 2 points takes us to this level here. And because they always like to, when I say they, stocks in general, doesn't matter what you're trading, they always typically like to inflict a little extra pain. So to even see us come down here and kiss this level and then get a little bleedy, maybe some wicks through here, would not surprise me at all. But it appears that this may act as a level of support in the short term. We'll have to wait and see. All right, TSBCO, can you review the Holly alerts from today? Yeah. Here are all of the Holly alerts. This is sorted by time. And I tell you what, let me just dupe this into a window so I don't have to be worrying about it disappearing. Tell you what, we'll just stick it over here for now. Okay. So first one out of the gate, PRG. Right up here at the top. And then a peel over here. So, AI not really performing today. 2 longs, 3 shorts. This is, just you have to view the AI as the way I view it is a super smart trader whose niche is statistical viability, right? So based on what we're seeing here, not a whole lot of statistical alpha out there in the markets today. Thus the lackluster performance here. So PRG signal up here never really hit the stop, but didn't really work nonetheless. NIVF, another one kind of at the top, and then a fold over. And let's see, trying to see where the stop is, but it's not showing up there. Back. This one worked, right? I remember in the contest, as soon as I saw this one, I'm like, ooh, that looks pretty good. It gave, and then if you didn't take those cookies, boom, right back up and up only a fraction of what we were up. But, the whole time when you're looking at something or a play like this, you know, look where we put on the brakes. Right around the low of yesterday's range and then all the way back up. A little congested over here on the daily. Mira worked for a small time, right? Entry signal up here. Worked, was in the money for a little bit, but once again, if you didn't take the money, it just all slowly got ground away. And lastly, the peers. Short signal here, stop loss way up here, and just looking like all the others, they were in the money all by a smidge for a little bit, but then reversals came. So the AI, in and of itself, not performing well today. Not to say that these could not have been good trade arounds, right? Now, let's see, Tispico, if you have any specific questions about the AI or the trades or anything like that, just let me know. Yep, that seems to be the theme today. I'll just call you AK, if that's all right. Um, when having dealt with automated systems way back in the olden times, like around 2008, um, that was always kind of the joke going around. Most of the time, most of the time, the statistics played out, and gains were achieved. But a lot of the times, you just get this, I don't know, sense based on what the market was doing, gapping up or gapping down. You're like, well, maybe I should fade everything today or go opposites. But over time, that's pretty random, right? It would not do well to go opposite of the AI every day. In the end, you would be down significantly. Hindsight's always 2020. And, check out the SPY action today. Doesn't bode well for so well for longs. As soon as we broke this little shelf right here in the pre-market, and it's not often that the SPY in and of itself has a really tight pre-market range here. But and you guys have heard Barry speak ad nauseum, and everybody else that does the training session or the live support session from the trading bench here at Trade Ideas, always talking about it's probably better, especially if you're new, to sit out the first 15 minutes. And I am of that camp as well, because you can pop some good trades in the opening 15 minutes, but it's equally or even more probable that you could easily get flattened too because of the fierce action of the stocks in the opening 1 to 15 minutes. However, if you see a pre-market range like this, and as I said, it's usually not the SPY exhibiting such a tight little pre-market range, it's usually a stock. But once this little shelf is cracked right here, you know what your out is, the top of that little shelf right there of that range. So even on a SPY trade, what's that? We'll call that 549. That was a 50-cent risk on the SPY, and it never even batted an eyelash. Never even really went and tested that. And just had it, boom. Just a beautiful little release there, and nice downward trend, and we're still at the bottom. Okay, Tisco. Yes, I am in the central time zone. So here the market opens at 8:30, whereas Eastern time 9:30 open. So just add an hour and you get Eastern. Central is 1 hour earlier than Eastern. But yeah, just a beautiful little setup in the SPY that I did not even see this morning. Some of my more favorite tree maps here. This one coming from the opening range breakout channel. Not a whole lot of beauty on here today. Gotta say CYH wasn't that bad. It just didn't move moved enough. We see the opening 15-minute candle here, or 5-minute candle that looked like a one at first. We grind up in the first 5 minutes. Little mini consolidation there of about 20 minutes, and then a pop above it and a move higher. So that's from 415 up to 435. 20 cents on a $4 stock, not too shabby from a percentage basis. Now, let me just expand this out. And when you see these types of things, this black line is intraday VWAP. The orange line is the 10 period. Look how this thing was reacting around the VWAP. The sellers tried to take control, drove it down to about 406, then boom, wicks back up through the 10 and the VWAP. When you see things like that, it's definitely a sign of strength. It's definitely a sign that the buyers are remaining in control, just in close proximity to this range break. And of course, depending on how aggressive you are as a trader, you could easily mark off the candle bodies. Or if you're a purist and want the actual high to be broken, well, you'd have to wait for the top of that wick again. Or you could do a hybrid of both, nibble on it here, get the pop. When it breaks out again, add a little bit more. But once this thing released to the upside, way very much elevated above VWAP, and there's the 10 period acting as the guiding hand. Nothing to write home about, but a good solid trade right there in CYH. Oh, and if you're curious, if you play the actual range break here, say you got long at 415 or so, what would your risk have been? Well, this is the entry candle here and the low of the prior 15 minutes, 5, 10, 15. So this would have been your risk. 415 down to 406. So a whole 9-cent risk here to glean 415, maybe 20 cents at the top. So at the top, it would have been a 2-for-1. Make twice what you risked. But even if you peeled out for a 1.5, that's not too bad. Another great example right here. This is an ETF, microsectors FANG index. What do we see here? Well, we just see a nice little opening range break right here. This one occurring right about an hour in. And 30, anywhere between 30 minutes and an hour. Don't know why. That's just when a lot of these are done consolidating and decide that it's time to go. Not too shabby, 25.44 up to 26, so a little over 50 cents on the table in the FNGD. 1, 2, 3. Notice the risk level right down here, perfectly coinciding with our friend VWAP. Then what does it do after it puts in this candle? Comes back up here, reclaims the 10 period, ekes on up here, bust out, 25.45 at 25-cent risk for total potential of about 2R on FNGD. Nice and simple. Nice and simple. Now, here's the catch. These things are not so easy to find because everything's happening at once, right? And we're humans and we can only look at so many things at any given time. So, everything looks perfect. Well, it was perfect, but finding these as they're occurring, it's not an easy process. You might have to look through, depending on the day, 10, 15, 20 different symbols before you see one setting up in this fashion and the timing is right. Otherwise, if you're eating a sandwich or talking on the phone, next thing you know, you see FNGD hitting a high up here. Well, was a great setup, but this would be a little too chasey, right? You want to get it just as that break is occurring and be able to easily identify your risk, which when you see these consolidations, that's what it's all about. Okay, did I miss any questions? I haven't even checked on Bitcoin today. I heard Barry talking about it, so let's just have a look see where we are. 66. Okay. Nowhere near the other short-term high of 68, but looks to be holding up strong. And for those of you interested in a take on it, let's just take a gander at the monthly on yield Bitcoin. Okay, there we go. Please to move down. Thank you. Okay, so here we are looking at Bitcoin monthly since forever ago, right? What are we doing up here? We're consolidating, right? Consolidating on the monthly candles, and then eventually we're going to attempt to break out. So, you know, when you zoom out like this, everybody's like, "Oh, this is the top. Is it going to crash now?" Well, not unless these things get way violated. So, time will tell. Thoughts on coin? It was set up for a rounded bottom, but going down today. Yield Coinbase. Now, when you say rounded bottom, what time frame are you thinking about there, Punt? This little guy right here going on the daily. And then nice catch off the 10 period as well. Let's zoom out a little bit. It could have also been a little roundy right there. What is the all time though for? Okay, that is the entire monthly history right there. And we're making a round bottom on the monthly as well. hmm Well, Coinbase, they were one of the first industrial exchanges. And, we're not at all-time highs here, but that's looking pretty strong from a technical perspective. 326. Let's go back to daily then. 326, yeah. Just this whole little, that's weekly again, but I went back to daily. Yeah, I see what you're talking about. But still, you could put a smiley face under there. my take on the whole coin, and when I say coin, I mean Bitcoin space, right? Everything involved with Bitcoin. Bitcoin itself, the exchanges, the cycle seems to kind of all go together. When Bitcoin goes on its, you know, when and if we do enter the next Bitcoin bull market, let's say it goes up there and pops highs and does its inverted run like it's done. I forgot how many times we've had now. Four, right? It's cyclical. It's a 4-year cycle. So far, every 4 years, it's kind of done the same thing. And when it goes, it drags everything with it. All other altcoins, uh, the exchanges do well because they're doing more volume because more people are trading, resulting in more revenues. And I'm just waxing here. I'm not saying I know what's going to happen, but it does seem to repeat itself. Then, if you have technical strength on top of that information, well, if you're long at a good spot, you should feel pretty comfy. You know what? I neglected one of my favorite top lists today, or tree map. And that means more than likely, if we look at it, I'm going to see a really good something that I missed. So I tell you what, let's get rid of this guy for a moment, and we're going to replace it with this guy. Dawn of the Dead. What did I miss? Well, didn't miss out on anything there. Didn't miss out on anything there. Definitely didn't miss anything there, but that's a nice little wedge forming up there. All right, well, most of the times when I neglect the Dawn of the Dead, I'm like, oof, face palm, because there were some nice ones on there. There's the CYH showing up again that was on the prior one. Okay, well, I don't feel so bad now. But typically, this one can produce some very nice setups. Of course, they're longs typically, and with the market doing what it's doing today, no big surprise that I didn't see any beautiful upside setups. You're welcome, Punt. Sorry, I called you Punt earlier. I didn't see the I. Well, is everything taking its nap? Yep, everything's just taking a nap right now. Spy's a long way from home for VWAP, that's for certain. See some of these other stocks that typically run counter to the market. Some of the energy companies just really in some nasty ranges here. Know Deutsche Bank was getting beat on earlier today. Just down, down a meager 8% currently. And what about the big US bank? Bank of America bucking the trend. Had a little bit of economic data at the top of the hour, or the top of the first 30 minutes of the market. Apparently, the market did not like that. Was it existing? I forget what it was already. But the market not liking it. All right, you guys are pretty quiet out there. Good crowd in here, I see. So if you have a question, just get it on out there. In the meantime, I need to check on the trading competition. Let's see if the leaderboard has changed. All right, so apparently Lazar is still maintaining the number one spot with a pretty healthy lead, as we can see here. In the meantime, a pretty close second between Chloe and Manish, right both at the $8,000 level, followed up by our own Pepe and number 4, and Daniel rounding out the number 5 spot, up a little over 5. Oh, and Brad W making an appearance in the top 10 at number 9. Good job to all you leaders right now. Well, give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. My system is not cooperating. So Dragon, you didn't hear me talking about AVXL earlier? If you didn't, let me know and I'll rehash it for you. Trader 77 originally back was Bank of Italy. Interesting. I did not know that. But to your AVXL, assuming that is the right symbol, Apple Victor X-ray Larry. Well, I don't know who said it's supposed to go to 40, but it's got it's got a major level here looking at the daily at approximately 695. Okay. So it's expended quite a bit of energy off the bottom of this range since April. Now it has doubled to get back up here, but look at the line that I placed here. Okay, that's right where it put on the brakes yesterday, trying to get back up to that level today. Now this area it appears to be acting as supply or resistance. So unless AVXL gets a nice hard close above this green line, say, you know, it's got to close a day above that line, well, then maybe, just maybe, it can go on to attack some of these other levels here. But we've got a lot of speed bumps that it might encounter, like that one comes into mind. If it does get a close above here, next level of potential resistance. If we zoom out even further, you can see the same level, but in the weekly candles, right? So if the weekly closes above here, well, then, we might be able to go hit some of these other levels, but a lot of speed bumps, right? A lot of areas that could act as supply along the way. And you could just keep dropping these lines here, here, and here. And then if we zoom out even further, I don't know who said it's going to go into, supposed to go to 40. Not saying that it's not possible. Anything's possible. It's just how probable is it, right? So it's got a lot of work to do. A lot of work to do. And by the way, the all-time high on it is 3150 up here. Yeah, E.F. Hutton, the ghost of E.F. Hutton. The funny thing is, I remember seeing those commercials when I was a youngster. way back in the olden times. Yeah, I can't even remember who bought who it was that bought E.F. Hutton. So that is my layman's analysis from a technical perspective, Dragonfly on the old AVXL. For those people who are long, man, I sure hope it goes to 40. But the chart might have something to say about that on the time frame. And I tells you what, well, I'm waiting for you guys to keep me entertained by asking me questions. What we're going to do here is spawn a new doc channel bar because I want to peruse. I think that's the same one I have plugged in there. Yeah. These are the ones that we were looking at earlier. But once again, due to the market conditions, not a lot of pretty breakouts unless they were to the downside. Yes, that's what I thought. And you're welcome, Dragonfly. Well, I see my paltry performance has not improved on the trading contest. Live to fight another day. Man, that thing's so beat down you can't even. There we go. ABIO not having a good year. Silver box. Ah, it's a SPAC. It's like something's weird about this. SPAC. Yep. They were the darlings many years back. Everything was a SPAC, SPAC, SPAC. And now you just don't really hear much about them anymore. But they litter the markets. They're all over the place. You always know it's a SPAC because you pull it up and it's not doing any volume, right? Most of the time. One moment, please. Okay. Yeah, the Hawaiian Electric. You know, this was the big debacle with the Hawaiian fires. Trying to recover a bit off of the paltry low of 7-ish. Old guy was residing just below 40 before all of that happened. Hey, you got to be kidding me. Are they still around? Maybe they bought the name back or something. E.F. Hutton. E.F. Hutton Annual Global Conference, May 2024. Huh. Don't know exactly what they do. But yeah, it appears that the name has been recycled. Of course, as soon as I did a search, you get all the old commercials and stuff. Well, you know, Merrill Lynch is not really Merrill Lynch, right? Who bought them? Bank of America once they failed? But I guess the iconic bull logo is and the name, even, you know, that's what kind of amazes me is they're like, ooh, we got to get that name. Yeah, but it failed. Yeah, it doesn't matter. The logo's cool, so let's get it. And the funny thing is probably most people out there have no idea that at one point in time Merrill Lynch failed. But she did. All right, you guys must be sleepy, but the questions panel is available. Any charts, any questions, let me know. Tell you what, let me check something out here. Let us take a look. Put you over here. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll get rid of you, and then we'll just move this guy over here. And what you're seeing right here is our new product. You can see it over here, go, no, go. These are the go, no, go charts. They're not candlesticks. They're open, high, low, closed bars. Now let's get something a little more liquid in here. Okay. We were looking at that SPY trade earlier. You can see the shelf there and what it did as soon as it broke. And notice how all the 5-minute candles here and, 5, 10, 15, whatever your preference is. Notice the downtrend, purple, purple, purple. So as we base out down here, now this is just a possible scenario, right? As we base down here, and I'd probably be more apt to watch 5-minute candles because that's just what I prefer, okay? Because the candles are going to start to change color sooner on the smaller time frames. I think 1 minute is just too noisy, right? So I wouldn't want to really track this in 1-minute candles. I think 5 is just the proper smaller time frame. So you saw on the 15, let's go back to the 15, no color change yet. Now on the 5, we're starting to, get some pink in there, but we might go purple again. But let's say we were trying to watch the SPY, we were thinking, ooh, well, I know there's a little bit more downside. And see, that's what has me concerned at the present time. So two different scenarios could play out here. We could turn purple and break new lows again, but I would want to see consecutive purple candles and then that break. That would tell me, well, purple is a downtrend. Now, the other scenario is if we're going to bounce here and not eat up the rest of that little gap that we have here, and I'll just show you what I'm talking about. You know, put the line here, 542 matches up perfectly with this area, right? Which, you know, could act as support. Who knows? We could blow right through it. But let's just say it does act as support and we get a little bounce up today, right? Or let's say that already happens or it happens and doesn't go test that level, right? What I would look for is a little bit more of a flat line, and then the candles start to change color, and then all of a sudden, one 5-minute candle closes with a blue candle, or one 15-minute, whatever your preference is. And then that would tell me, ooh, it might be good to take a stab at this long, but of course we have VWAP looming up here. But that's how simple go no go is. You know, you just watch the charts for the color changes. This little guy's been blue in the pre-market, blue all day today. A little shifty on the open there, but that's what it's all about. What was that? Cardinal Health, CYH? Yeah, see, as we were consolidating for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 30 minutes there, all blue. VWAP, the break, all blue. Blue, 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 blue. Not till the downtrend started did the first candle here, change colors. So let's say you were in this trade and you were fortunate enough to just, you know what, blue, blue, blue all the way. I'm holding. Hasn't even tested VWAP one time, but blue, 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 blue. Maybe you don't get the top, right? Most people don't. Every once in a while you get lucky. But as soon as you saw this candle, this 5-minute candle close green, you could have bailed right here at 430. The top was 435. You missed it by a nickel. But hey, valuable information. Thoughts on ENPH popped today after yesterday's earnings call. Well, let's see what ENPH has. Well, speaking of blue candles, look what we got here. My eyes immediately go to this level here, right? So if we were to drop the line there, pre-market range, pretty crazy in the pre-market, right? But boom, all the way back up. As soon as we cracked that level at 111, it was pretty much, let's see, opening candle here. You know, it would have thrown some elbows, right? But in the end, centered around the VWAP. As soon as this level was broken for the second time, and to be quite frank, this is the opening 15 minutes, and that's what we're always talking about. You know, you got all frisky and you're like, "Ooh, it's breaking the pre-market range in the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes." Yeah, you had a chance, but if you didn't take that money, whoosh, pain below the entry level. But then, um, about 30 minutes in, we reclaim this area and then blue, blue, blue all the way up to almost a buck 20, right? But it would have been a little unnerving to jump in too soon here, be up significantly, and then have to witness that, fall below entry point, which once again is a great lesson about the first 15 minutes. But just like the other one that we looked at, 120 here, this bar closed 116.77. So if you waited on this one, you probably gave up about 4 points, but you still would have been up roughly about 5 points. In any case, maybe you panicked out up here, a couple of little lighter colored bars, but this is what go no go is all about. Now, from a daily perspective, I got a little caught up on the intraday there. Who asked that? Punit. From, look where we put the brakes on today on the daily, and then shrunk right back. Now, look at all this little nasty area back here, and we'll just look at a little smoother with the weekly. So we're just in this range right now, right? Currently on the weekly on ENPH, looks like the 10 period, put the kibosh on the upward momentum today, just like it did yesterday. But not a bad little range it's forming here. This probably need to get a couple of closes above that 10 period to go maybe attack these other uh, little tranches of potential. Let's see if we did get a close above there, just got to get out of this chop eventually. Just in the middle of its range down there. That is a good question, Alice. And it appears, because this is go no go, right? And I see it. I see the bars in the pre-market and the post-market, right? Post-market, pre-market. Now, as to the scanner aspects of it, because any stock, once you subscribe to the go no go, you're going to be using Market Explorer, and it's going to be spitting ones out that are changing color for you to peruse and go, oh, I see the first blue candle there, the first purple candle. But having said that, any stock that you put into the chart, you're going to get the same data, right? So it's the best of both worlds. You can pull up your own stocks and look at them, or if you're a subscriber and you go to the Market Explorer, well then this is where the actual scans reside. So select strategy, go no go. These are all the current go no goes. So these are the ones, let's see here, pull back. See, a little pullback, but still very blue, right? It's going, they're purple, but we take these little pullbacks here, right? When they turn the light, well, whatever you want to call that green, blue, right? Now, as far as the signals coming out pre-market, that is a good question. So these, actually, I got to resort here. Yeah, okay. 10:35. It's looking, and these are Eastern. I'm pretty sure these are Eastern times. Uh, or is it adhering to my? Let's see here. Yeah, that's just what I thought. There is no history to view because it's showing you. Okay. It must have refreshed because I was seeing things on there from the 22nd. I thought. Yep, there we are down there, and these are all from today. So Iris, yes, the go no go bars show up. When does it start spitting out alerts from the go no go Market Explorer? I'm thinking, let's see, it was 9:15, but it's not showing up on my chart. So yes to the bars, not sure about the, let me ask somebody real quick here. We'll see what somebody else says on that other, yeah, 5 minutes, trader. Thanks for that input, Pepe. Getting the scoop directly from the source, Mr. Michael Noss. But I think that is going to be accurate. Yes, and he just confirmed that. Yeah, right at the open, they can come. You'll get the bars, you'll get the colored bars pre and post. But as far as, the actual alerts from Market Explorer, right on the open. So let's see, Iris, you asked that question. So I hope that illuminated the topic for you. The BITL was nice and blue. Ooh, color change and a grind down. Probably wants to go kiss its VWAP. You're very welcome, Iris. Okay, time check. About 7 minutes till the return of Barry.
VWAP,
Hmm.
not
I thought
WAP.
you might be
WAP.
listening,
WAP.
Barry. WAP.
Yeah. So Iris, I wasn't sure if she meant the Market Explorer scans, but of course the Go No Go works in the pre-market. So you've got your own scans, your own
Hmm.
symbols
Yep.
you want to load. They work, no problem.
Hmm. Yes, I do. I'm pretty addicted to this
Yeah.
uh, intraday chart now.
Yeah, I caught the tail end of your talking about time frames. So the lowest time frame I'm using is a 5 minute chart. What are
Correct.
you
Me
using?
too.
Okay.
Me myself as well. So right now in the SPY, we were starting to see some. We got the bleed, and then we got more purple, and it looks like we're trying to, you know, uh, head down. But if we consult the 15-minute, no color changes, just still very purple, right? And we know what
Yeah.
purple means, right? So I was just talking about the fact that here on the SPY, it looks like, oh, these change colors too, but you can barely make that candle out, but we still got a little bit of room, right?
Hmm.
So, whether we go ahead and close that little gap or maybe it decides to put on the brakes now, right? But, what I would be looking for, if you wanted to bounce the SPY is some consolidation again, and then boom, as soon as you see that first candle turn blue or the other light green,
Hmm.
that could indicate that the shift is happening, right? But you have to
Right.
wait, right?
The what is happening?
The shift.
Okay.
SHIFT.
Sorry.
Shift.
Hey, you know what? Bring up IVP on the 5 minute, and you're going to see how what a great use of it would have been.
E-
IVP.
Oops.
I
VP.
Victor.
Oh yeah, boom, right there.
So yeah, look at, and I was on vacation. I was on my break at 12:10. Look at
Hmm.
the little transition from that light green
Yep.
to the blue.
And
And
then
I mean that ran from, even if you waited for a six break, that got all
yeah,
the way up to $7 before it pulled back.
because this candle closed at 592. This one opened at 585. So of course, you go after you see that one, and then yeah, boom, it just goes. It's just
Hmm.
that's the beautiful thing about it. It's the simplicity, right?
It really is a simplicity.
Hmm.
And it really I know when I talk to Michael about it, I mean, it really keeps me out of trades. It keeps me out of a lot of trades that I may have tried before, and I would have had a stop in, so nothing would have drastically happened, but it's keeping me out. It's making me even more selective.
Yeah, I think it just. I mean, I don't know the numbers, but it increases the probability that you're right.
Hmm.
And then look at how well behaved it was when that candle closed, just sitting right there on VWAP. And the prior 10 minutes, it
Wow.
did take a little excursion, but it was only like 6 cents. So if you really were wrong on this one, you would have lost so small,
Yeah, exactly.
right? If you're nimble,
Exactly.
right?
So
Yeah, I'm a,
yeah.
I'm a big fan, man. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, I like the way it looks too. I find it very pretty. I
It's
find it
very soothing.
aesthetic. It's
It's
very, yeah.
I much prefer a dark background instead of that white. I feel like I'm being interrogated by
Hmm.
by something. But
Hmm.
yeah, I like everything about it. The concept and the colors. Um, very nice.
And on that note, if you want to leave, you may.
Well, thank you, Barry.
You're welcome.
Well, now it's time for me to go do my things. Like make my midday nutrients. Must have midday
Oh,
nutrients, Barry.
midday nutrients.
Nutrients.
Why don't you pop that into our Slack thread, and then maybe I can duplicate it.
Midday nutrients.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
All right, Jamie. Before we get into too much trouble, I'll take over now. Let's see.
I will
Make
let you
sure
grab the screen, sir.
here we are. I should be on now. Yeah, there's the IVP and my scans. Okay, my friend. Thanks again for spelling me. We'll see you next week.
Alrighty. Bye, everybody.
Without knowing exactly what it was, Mayor, I can't tell. I mean, yes, in theory, I suppose it all depends on your. Did you have the same settings as in offset in both? Without seeing the log, though, without seeing the log. Well, for instance, you get an alert at say I got an alert at 275, okay, for our core. I get an alert, and here's one. Let's take a look at this one, Xwell. Ah, bad example. Trying to find a good example. Okay, TKNO. Let's just say you got the alert at 337, okay? But it started to move very quickly. I mean, rarely are you going to be able to fill it right at the alert price. So the offset is going to say, okay, how much further outside am I willing to take that trade from, say, when I got the alert? And that's your offset. Now, in the simulator, you may have a different offset. I don't know. Now, in other words, you could say, well, I will take that trade. I know I got the alert at 337. I'll take it all the way up to 342 then with a 5 cent offset. That's the offset. Yeah, I can't answer it then, Mary. You'd have to send the log in and have somebody look at it. I really can't answer it. So if you want to send the log in, you can do so. If you go to help and send files to support, okay? And Chris will take a look at it. No, you have to send the whole log in so Chris can take a look at it. I can't. I don't do that. I can't take a look at your log and to see exactly what the situation was. See, so click on help and help and send files to support. Well, look at this. Lazar is now opening up a pretty sizable lead, in the contest, guys. 25,000, next is 8. And you're not going to get so many. There's Pepe though, just behind Warren Buffett. And there's Daniel. I think Daniel's in the room. There you are, Oliver. You're creeping up again. Okay. But a lot can change, depending how risky people or what sort of risk people take. But because a lot of these, of course, there's not a lot of real wild ones that you can trade, not these crazy, real low floaters, unless they show up in the AI. So you're not going to get huge, usually anyway, you're not going to get huge moves. I don't use Broker's Plus at all, Amir. Okay, so I'm not a user of it at all. I mean, I demonstrate how you can use it as a simulator, but as far as trading my account, I trade inside of Interactive Brokers. I was just pointing this one out to Jamie in our YouTube room. Here's I mean, it's choppy. I'm not saying this is absolutely ideal. Rather see instead of all this purple and pink here, would have been nice that maybe that light green. But you can see how this kind of worked. Unfortunately, I was not just on my break, so you can see how the transition from the green to the blue took place. So even if you'd waited for a 6 break. I mean, that thing, it wasn't immediate because it hung around 6 for a while, but eventually really got going and got up to 7, and that's on that transition break, that color break. So I see that there was no big reaction about the 5-year note auction. Looking at the SPY here, don't see a big reaction. Yeah, none at all. All right, guys. Well, oh, one reason I don't hear any sound alerts is because I got my toggle off. All right, let's see if we get anything now. This one from yesterday, this SMFL. Remember this one yesterday got all the way up to 334, 332, pulled all the way back down to 2. Trying to make another little move now, but very choppy. Ugly, ugly, ugly looking 15-minute chart. To me, anyway. Very ugly. Still have my eye on the TKNO, guys. Wonder if it'll do what it did yesterday. Have a big jump near the end of the day. Not a low float. All right, FIBO. What is this one? Gosh, ugly. Another ugly looking one. Not very much volume. That's the reason. Okay. I had to click on it. I had no idea. I don't think I've seen that one before. The halts or zooms. Well, guys, it doesn't look though it's happened before, but CMAX, I'm just watching the way it's trading right now. I mean, horribly ugly also. I keep holding out that it might take out 4 later on in the day on some volume, but right now, horribly ugly also. Topping tails, bottoming tails, no sense of direction. Very, very difficult to intraday trade because where do you put your stops? I mean, you'll probably get, it's just hard. I just run from something like this. The only way I'll take this one or take a look at it again is if it gets over that 4 level, settle down a little bit over the 4 level on some volume though, because it does have the room when you look left. All right, a little green bar, a couple of green bars now in the SPY. Maybe some of the selling is over for a while anyway. Is it possible to use a missing symbol checkboard as an alert instead of time frame you use real time on just a single stock? I have no idea what you mean. Missing symbol. I don't use the missing symbol. Okay, so I have no big experience using the missing symbol, but I really don't know what you mean. Maybe Pepe knows. I know he. I think I don't know if he uses the symbol, the missing symbol check. My guess is no, but you're the first to ask a question like that. All right, guys. Techno is starting to. Yeah, I don't know what he means. I don't know what he means. I know you do use the missing symbol. So now this one gave me a really quick, nice trade yesterday. This MGOL, but again, ugly, very ugly looking. No big trend. It's one of those days. Ooh, man, I was short this one earlier. LW. This is should have kept an eye on it maybe for our reshort. LW is an earnings play, but I forgot to keep an eye on it. So this was this a big news halt? BHC halt because of news. Okay. Responding to the market rumors. Wow. I mean, if this is true, man, oh man. I mean, if this is true, that that there was just if it truly was an unsubstantiated rumor, wow. I mean, that just killed this. Imagine if you're sitting up here. I mean, if it's true that it is not just a completely unfounded rumor, whoever this reorg is, and they say they subsequently issued an update to its original news article to clarify that the company has not been involved in discussions. That's pretty brutal. I don't understand. Okay, so Ahmed, I'll get to your question in a second. I don't understand what you mean it's not live. I just don't get it. I mean, I know you've asked me this before, but I mean, here's a 1 minute chart. This is live. This is live. So I don't know why it's not live for you. Yeah, you're saying the price doesn't move, but you can see on my 1 minute chart the price is moving. You can see that. Okay. And I'm looking at there that just jumped. So I don't understand. I have no idea. And only one, or is it two, or is it no, this is a 5. You're right. I thought I changed it to a 1. There we are. Okay, so there's a 1. So you can see it's moving. Is it only Just the 1 minute chart. Well, I demonstrating right in front of you that it is moving, and I'm looking at my IB and it's the same price. So I don't know. Well, but Dave, he's saying that this is the only time frame that is not moving. I have no answer for you if that's the only time frame. If every other time frame is working, I have no answer for you why it's not moving on your 1 minute chart. Now, you're sure you're in a stock that actually, well, it doesn't make sense, that has some movement, okay? And you're sure you're not in something that just, after a couple of minutes it goes still because it's just not trading. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. Can't help you. Don't use a 1 minute time frame. I mean, I'm sort of kidding, but to me, a 1 minute time frame on the go no go is just too. It's going to be jumping all over the place. I don't mean the price, but I mean you can get so many different color shifts. But that's up to you. But I cannot help you. I don't know why. Only on a 1 minute chart you're not getting price movement. Okay, so let me answer. I have to answer. But I'm a Momo trader too. I don't use 1 minute charts. But listen, I'm not trying to talk you out of a 1 minute chart. How about in the normal charts? Normal charts, you'll call them, okay? Right here. So if you take a normal trade ideas chart and go to 1 minute and put it side by side, the go no go, is it not moving? How do you bring up the lead? Okay, then I have no idea. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'll answer your question in 1 minute there, Ahmed. So to bring up the leaderboard, just click on new and then dock channel bar. And then right here, click on the portfolio master challenge. When you do that, you'll get some other stuff, but here's your leaderboard. Okay. So Pepe is not seeing an issue either, Bezavi. So I don't know what possibly could be going on your end. It's a puzzler. Okay, Ahmed, and anybody else who is wondering about how to get these go no go GNG, go no go charts. Now, let me preface the whole thing by saying, ultimately, this is a $49 a month add-on. Okay. Now, right now, if you're part of the test drive, or I guess if you have our premium service, I'm not sure if you have our standard service, but you have access to the go no go charts. So the first thing you do is you click on new, and then dock channel bar, and then go no go charts. Okay, click on that. Now, before you would do you have premium, so you should have that access then, Ahmed. Okay, before you do anything, you should take a look. This is a pop-up that should appear. Okay, it should appear. Now, if I don't know how many monitors you've got, but maybe it jumps onto another monitor. Sometimes people have said that it is hidden behind this dock channel. Okay, but you should be able to find it, and then watch the two videos. Launch the video and also the channel explained. Okay, you also can see that's correct. It is not available to Mac users. Correct. Now you can also hear some text which tells you about the theory the idea behind it, not so much the theory. Okay, but this is the idea behind it and the color changes. Okay. So when you load the chart, when you load the channel, unfortunately you will not see this. These are scans. So these are actually scans. Okay, these are daily scans, and for whatever reason, it didn't make it into the channel for you guys. For me, I'm on a development version. It does, because you have to be able to click on a symbol and then you see how it turns into the go no go. Okay. Now, for you to get the channel. And at this point now, you can, put in whatever symbol you want. You want to see Microsoft, you can put any symbol you want. The thing is, you've got to get into the go, no go chart. So how you can do it is, if let's just get into, click on the new go stocks daily. Okay. In the body, because you won't have any of this data, it should be probably either a blue screen or a black screen. I don't know exactly what you see, but right click, and then select strategy, hover, go down to the go, no go. Popped on my other monitor. Let me just move it over here. Okay. Right click, select the strategy, the go, no go. And now pick one of these, new, no go, 5 minutes. See how it changed? Okay. Now when you, there's Ethereum. Now when you click on that alert, now you have some alerts to click on. Basically, it was a way to get some alerts to click on. Once you've done that, now your chart is now a no-go chart. Okay. At this point now, you can input anything you want. You can click on a symbol from outside and it'll change. So yeah. Okay, it's a little convoluted, I get it, but unfortunately, that's just the way it is right now. And again, after Monday, if you want this, you'll have to pay $49 a month for it. The reason being is that this is not our it's not our technology. Okay, we are licensing this from the people who created Go No Go, and so we're licensing from them. So obviously, we have to pay them. And but the thing is watch the videos. So watch the 2 videos. You have got to make sure you understand what's going on, why you would even want it. Okay. Well, watch the videos, Mayor. Okay. Watch the videos. Okay. I was trying to explain on the IVP as an example. The theory would have been here that when you got that color change right there from that greenish to the blue, that would have been a sign to take the trade. If you want, I mean, not every, put a stop right down here, take the trade up here, and the minute it turns to that blue. In this particular case, yeah, it would have worked pretty well. Okay. Click on new, click on dock channel bar, McCheese, okay. Click on go, no go, the charts, and you should get this pop up. Here they are. Okay, here are the 2 videos. Okay. And then there is, a sort of a text explanation about what it is. Okay. And these are actually scans that have been created. So these are daily ones. So I'm hoping that when I see this, there's a color change. Yeah, so you can see there's a color change here from the orange to the pink. So what this is telling you right here, when you see orange, the theory being is stay out of the trade. We don't like the system is not finding an advantage to short or go long. Okay, and then you wait for a color change. Now you're getting this light pink here. If in fact it starts turning into a deep purple, then that would be a sign. It would be a sign to go short. Again, remember, nothing is infallible. Okay. What I have found is there have been times that I've looked at some of my charts, and if I didn't see this orange, I may have taken the trade. And I would say that 70% of the time this has kept me out of the trade, and it's been good that it kept me out of the trade. Oh man, LW, that was a should have just kept or tried to figure out a way to get back in it. This is an earnings play. I took a decent little short on it early, but I was in at, I think, 58.69 on the short, 58.69. Got out close to 58, but look at it now. Okay, let's take a look at the leaderboard again. So Lazar is still, Manish is starting to creep up. I think last time, hey, Pepe, look at our Pepe. In third place. And there's Oliver, not forgetting about you, Oliver. There you are. So, Ahmed, did you get that? Did you understand that? What I actually do is I take that chart outside of the channel, and so it's free floating. And because I don't need to see anything else, I just want to see. I want to see the stocks that are loaded, for my alerts. I want to see what they look like. That's why I took the TKNW earlier. I mean, I was hoping it would have a bigger move, but I did okay on it. But no, because we had the color change right down here at around 318, and before it pulled back at all, got up to 346. We had another color change here, 335. It got up to 359. I'm waiting right now to see if we get that, that same sort of a blue color. It may, because it did get up to 375 or so in the pre-market. But I'm not saying this has been ideal. PSNL. Now, what are you doing now? This was the one that had that big run. And finally, 2 days ago, finally had a pullback, hanging in this area. So you can kind of see this is the so Pepe's only had 2 trades today. Lazar's had 4. Pepe is not in anything right now. And you can see that Manesh. Okay, so he's in. So he's in one that he's down $2,600. He's still up 11,000, but he's in one he's down $2,600. So you try to do a Costanza, Pepe. Do the opposite of what you normally would do, and look how well it's working. Now, what does that tell you? Apply for a job at the Yankees. You got to be a real Seinfeld fan to know what that meant. Oh, this is really ticking me off now. This LW. That's a big move down, guys. 28% with 143 million in the float. That is a big, big move down. Boy, guys, I'm seeing some ugly, ugly looking charts today. Got nothing to do with the market so much. It's just this ugly looking chart. Another ugly looking chart. If I weren't doing this, I'd be packing it in right now and doing something else for the balance of the day. Maybe come back in an hour, maybe, but just not seeing anything that's for me. Well, it's nothing to do with the market. If you're asking me why wouldn't I? I would always short, you know that, but I'm not seeing that. I'm just seeing too much chop on the things that I am scanning for. Yeah. So Dale, I don't know if you're being serious or not, but if you're brand new to trading, you're starting off because nobody's going to tell you what to buy or what to sell. Okay. So I don't know if you're brand new to trading, then this is what I would recommend you do because you need a foundation. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, it's all free. Okay. There's nothing, I'm not trying to sell you anything. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down to this where it says Trading 101, I would take a look at the series of videos. There are about 38 of them. Okay. Because, if you have no idea about what to buy or sell, then you should have some knowledge of how to read a chart. Okay. So that's where I would start Trading 101. It's all free. Okay, guys. William, what time today? Porsche. Okay. All right, let's take a look at IVP. So well, it could be interesting. IVP is pulling into the VWAP 613. It's right sitting on the VWAP. It's also sitting on the 10 SMA. Maybe that holds it. Maybe that'll be support. If it holds it, then it could jump off there. Whoa, look at this reversal. Wow. Look at this reversal for Navi. This is an earnings play too. So, Mohammed, what did you mean by that? Any sign? What did you mean by that? Well, I was just going to bring up Newsy and Uzedi because I do have that one thumbnailed and I see that it's, oops, where'd it go? I see that it's starting to crawl up a little bit. So, Dale, did you hear anything I said? Anything or? All right, guy. Well, CrowdStrike is trying to make a little bit of a comeback, but well, I still am holding out a little bit on the TKNO. It's still hanging around the 350 mark. Well, here's another one that gapped down big, almost like the Navi. Gap down big and just reversed. So my gap down and reversal scan. Well, like I say, the market didn't react too badly. There's 1 o'clock. So there, what you're talking about, Casa. There's what you're talking about. Of course, it's 1:30 now, but so it's interesting with Lazar here. He's got an open profit of $20,000. He's closed out for 4, so he's still in something where he's up $20,000. I wonder what it is. Link to my homepage, Alex. Okay. Yeah, Dak, really. I mean, I know you were first time using it yesterday, and of course, I mean, as an experienced trader like yourself, the simulator, you might look at that. A lot of people might say, well, why would you use a simulator if you're an experienced trader? But it's to test things that you think might work. I wonder if this sort of idea would work. Okay. And you kind of test it and see what happens. I see what he's in. There, well, you're making. I hope you bought about 100. Well, you couldn't have done that. 20,000 shares as news, Dak. That just popped right up. You should have bought it. What about Riot? Okay. Well, as always, well, Bitcoin is doing well today. Bitcoin is, of course, going completely against what the overall market's doing. So Bitcoin is doing okay today. So yeah. So I mean, to trade Riot, Mara, or any of these things are Bitcoin related. I mean, you just have to, you have to be following Bitcoin. Now, can Bitcoin turn on a dime downwards? It could. It's had a nice run, but again, I mean, is it topped out? I don't know. It just barely went positive now. Okay, guys, I am just kind of waiting to see if that TKNO can break off or break out. Okay, WHLR. What is this one? Ugly again. Sorry, guys. I mean, I got to click on the alert. I have no idea what it's going to look like until I click on the alert, but these are just so ugly. Hey, you know what? Keep an eye on the CMAX now. This might be the move I've been waiting for. It's ugly still, super ugly, but let's see if it gets close to 4. Let's see if it gets some volume. Let's see if it can push through 4, because yesterday's high was a little over 5, I believe. It was right at 5, so it would have some room. Okay, so and it's got the chance because of the float, 2.8 million in the float. It's still down for the day, barely 7 cents down for the day. Yeah, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. The United Kingdom, UK. Okay, what is this one doing? Again, boy, so many charts look like this of the volatile ones that are showing up in this race. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Okay, is it possible to detach the simulator from your scanner? Detach it. Don't understand what you mean. I mean, here's the simulator. So when you say detach it from your scanner, unlink it, you mean bring it completely out of trade ideas? If that's the case, no. Well, I mean, I guarantee he does not have it docked, okay, because he wouldn't know how to do that. Okay, turn off the surfing then, if that's what it is. You must have that somebody else had that same issue. You see where it says idea surfing? Just make sure this is a toggle. Now, if you cannot see my screen, you see your toolbar, you see where it says brokerage plus. Right beside it, there's a sound icon. Right beside that, it should say idea surfing. And if it says currently idea surfing, click on it, and it's an on and off. It's an on off toggle. And now it should say idea surfing paused. Oh, I see. No, you're talking about something completely different. Ah, you're talking about when you click on well, but it should be what you want. Okay, I see what you mean. So yeah, I mean that's what happens with me too. Why is that a bad thing? Um, there's no way to say like there's no symbol linking to uncheck here as far as I know. Why is that a bad thing though? The fact that when you click on an alert, it shows up here. Why is that a bad thing? Oh, TKNO. But you can track your. Okay, I still don't quite get it, Dak, because I mean, this is no different from when you link trade ideas to your. Don't use if you're not using Brokerage Plus. When you link trade ideas to your broker's platform, you want the symbol to show up in the order entry in your broker's platform, right? So having the symbol show up here, it doesn't. You can still see the trades you're in here. You can. I mean, I don't quite get it. You still see the trades you're in here. So if I take 500 shares of, okay, so I don't quite get it. You still see the trades you're in right up here to follow them. The fact that I click on something else, it doesn't have any effect on the trades. Well, not exactly though. I mean, all you have to do is if you want to get out of this trade, TKNO, you can flatten it here. That gets you out of the trade. Or, I mean, once you click on the symbol, I mean, it shows up here. I mean, it shows right up here, and then you can pick how many shares you want to get out, or you get out half your trade or double your position. I must not be getting what the problem is. Because I would have to do the same thing in my IB platform, click on the symbol I want to get out of, and then it loads into my order entry, and I do whatever I want. Anyway, I don't think there's any way around what you're trying to do. Thank you, Pepe. The Go No Go does not work with the or sorry, idea surfing does not work with the Go No Go windows. Um, well, one reason might be Dave. It depends on the color coding. Okay, without getting too. So if I don't, can I do that? I might be able to do it. So I've got this color coded to a different color than these ones. And so that's why, but let me change the color and see if it works. First of all, what color do I have here? Green, okay. Now, if this is green, then all bets are off. Red, okay. So I have a feeling that what you're seeing in your idea surfing, you've got it. If you right click on your go no go chart, it probably says dock window or something like that. But you know what? Let me just do this. I'll change. Okay, that was red before, so green. Okay, now let me get on to idea surfing. Yeah, you see, I've got some color coding issues going on here. Obviously, what have I got here? Yeah, if I go link to all, okay, I'm going to go link to all then. Ah, but I didn't have it. Okay, if I link to all, let's see now. There we go. So it does work. Yes, it does work. I mean, you see this. I think it's the linking. David, if you took it out of the, or if you kept it in the channel, it's linked to just that docked window. Okay, it's a little confusing, but you can see it does work. See, it's changing automatically. Not that, I mean, quite frankly, I never use the surfing. I never use it, so I never really thought about it. Okay, I just want to understand again, Dak. If you wanted to get out of this TIRX or TKNO, you're looking at this right now, and RRC is right here. Okay, I don't understand why it's so hard to click. You probably going to have to click on. If you had a whole bunch of symbols that you were in, stocks you're in, you'd have to click on the one anyway. The minute you do that, it just shows up here, and then you flatten it or half or double or whatever you want. I'm really not sure that that's such a big deal. I'm trying to be argumentative, but I mean, all right, guys, it is now 2 o'clock, so I'm probably going to take off at around 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are some questions. William says he'll keep the room open till around 4. He says 4-ish. Okay, I see what you mean now. It's it's not so much the go no go charts. It's I think now I understand what you mean, David. I think when you anything in the multi-strategy window, sorry, the Market Explorer, it doesn't matter what I pick, whether it's go no go or moving averages, crossovers. I'll look at this. So surfing does not go into in here. Okay, it only goes into the traditional top lists, the price alerts, the AI. Okay, it doesn't go into any one of the Market Explorer windows. So it's got nothing to do with go no go not populating. Is that the surfing does not go into any one of these. And the reason being is that it's sort of, even though they kind of looks the same as when like a normal scan, it is a different it's a different program. Does that make sense? Oh, there's two Daves. I'm sorry. There are two Daves. Schulte and Feldstein. Okay, sorry. Yeah, but I think so that's the answer. You have two questions really. I mean, I could demonstrate how I could get the surfing working in a go no go channel, but only, this type of surfing. But the surfing does not go into any one of the Market Explorer channels. In other words, to change the symbol automatically. This is not a top list anyway. It's almost the same as it doesn't go into an alert window. Okay. Well, that's exactly it then, Dak. Yeah, you just click on the symbol that's in the ones you've traded in the simulator. Click on, which makes sense because how would you know? If you had 10 symbols in here and you wanted to trade out one of them, well, how would you do it? Right? I think logically you'd have to click on the symbol to let it know that's the one you want to trade out, and then of course it's going to fill up. It's going to be here. Yeah, you can link from a absolutely. You can link from a Market Explorer window, but the question was about surfing, right? Absolutely, you can link from a Market Explorer window. Any one of them. I've got some weird coloring going on here now. I've got to get back to normal. Oh, there we go. You're like me, Dak, and I don't think it's got anything to do with age. I think it's crazy that people have 10 trades open at a time, but you know what? I mean, I know some do. Then you've really got to get into putting in hard stops. All right. Well, the market is not wanting to really pop up. So some more red coming in. Check out the old leaderboard here. So Lazar is still got a pretty sizable lead, because not going to get the giant moves anymore. But there's Pepe and Grumpy. Pepe is here at 8 in third. Grumpy's in fourth. Oliver is in sixth. So we've got good representation in the room anyway. I don't know if anybody else. I asked about Daniel. I don't know if I think Daniel is also in the room. He may not be in the room right now. I don't know how many people are in this contest. My guess is not as many this time, just because of the restrictions we put. People only being able to trade the AI alerts. Probably still have over 100 though. Ooh, somebody's making a little bit of a move now. Will is making a little bit of a move. He's now jumped into second place, replacing Manish, knocking Pepe down to fourth, Grumpy to seventh, Oliver to sixth. So we got 4, 5, 6. We've got them locked up. And I keep thinking Daniel is part of this too. There were a total of AI alerts today, yes. What does that mean? Any alerts? Exclamation mark. What does that mean, Mohammed? Yes, you can trade the AI alerts from history. Yes. So it's not just the 5 today and whatever happens tomorrow and Friday in the AI in here, but you can go to the history and you can trade as many as you want. So let me just refresh that or refresh people's memories. Dock channel bar, show more, and Holly AI. So these are the ones that you can see by default going back 30 days right here in these two. But as you can see, you can go back if you want. You can go back 30 days, 60 days, or you can pick a time frame. You get almost as many as you want in both of these. Okay, I do see that LW finally had a bounce. Let's see what sort of a bounce it has had. And is there a color change? So interesting. So this is the color change here in the go no go chart. And this is still saying we still don't see a benefit from either going long or short yet. Again, it doesn't mean you can't trade this, but this is what it's telling you on a 5-minute chart anyway, based on that orange color. Now, had that turned from green, from that light pink to the green and then blue, that would have been interesting. But Dak, he has to have a basis behind trading and understanding how to read charts before he does anything. My opinion, anyway. So in my scanner, I can share. Go to my homepage, and I'll show you what you can. That was a go no go chart. Yes, that was a go no go chart. So on my homepage, you can pick and choose what you want, Mohammed. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link and scroll down to the center section, here are the scans, okay, that I am currently sharing, including I'm sharing this one. It's called, right at the top here, that race here. I'm sharing the halt resumes, which is here. I'm sharing the momentum, which is here. And I'm sharing the gap continuation or reverse right here. So you can kind of pick and choose what you want. You can, create your own time frames. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. So, but I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I don't have them all up and running. It'd be crazy to have them all up and running at the same time. But I've created a bunch of scans that people might want to take a look at. Okay. So it's just a matter of picking and choosing what you might like to see. If you want them all, well, they are all there. Just have to find them, okay? Again, the race, that race at the top is here. And then you can just follow the names. Momentum is here. The gap continuation or reverse is here. And then the halts resumes is here, okay? So they're all there. Just pick and choose which ones you want. So I think what you're talking about, Pepe, is if I go to, will I find it in the symbols? Yeah, long. There you go. So these are two. So if you don't want to create a symbol list with the ones that are in the long AI strategies for the last 30 days and the short ones, these are two symbol lists. Okay, that you can just click on and then add to a top list window or a alert window, or even put it in a race. So I'm sorry, Dak. Are you talking about that list that I was just showing? Oh, your scanner. So what are you trying to do? Share a multi strategy window? Is that what you're trying to do? Well, the thing is, he's not a subscriber, so he won't be able to see it. Okay, Mohammed, watch what I do. Okay, watch. Now you should start off maybe with a top list window or an alert window, however you want to monitor this list. Okay. So for instance, let me do this. I'll duplicate this window so I don't, because I want to have this window. So let's just say I wanted to bring that list into this. I mean, it probably won't get very much. Be very interesting if I did. But so how you want to monitor that list, that's where you're going to start. Either in a top list window or an alert window or even in a race. So once you figure that out, then you right click, configure, symbol lists, and click on that add existing list. So these are the two he's talking about: AI long 30 days, AI short 30 days. Okay, so if I wanted to just look at the long ones in this scan, I click on it, and once I do that, it moves over to this column. Okay, it moves over into this column. Okay, right here. Okay, AI long 30 days. So now the next step is, this is a drop down menu, and you would say only the following lists, and then you check this. Now that list is attached to this window. Okay. Now, I may not get anything through because I've got some pretty tough filters in here. But what I might probably do is maybe put it into a top list window so you can maybe see the symbols, or at least see the symbols with a minimum volume and things like that. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'm probably not going to get anything in here just because, these are tough filters to pass. So let me do it a different way. Let me do a new top list window, and we will start from scratch, load the settings. Okay. Now configure symbol lists, only the following lists, all the long, AI long. Okay. Okay, so here they are. Here they all are. Here are all the, now at this point, of course, you would probably want to put some, you want to put some headers in, time and not time, but price and volume and, anything else you want. But now here they all are. And then maybe I would probably, let's just do it. So as far as a column would be concerned, I would want the price. Let's get the relative volume to see if it's trading anything abnormally. Volume today. Start with that. That's the columns, but now the filters, same thing. I don't care so much about a price maybe, but I certainly want to have a minimum volume. Maybe, 200K, just out of curiosity. Okay, 200K, we'll say. I don't care about the price. Maybe even make sure it's trading at least normally, relative volume. Now let's see what happens. See, now you're only getting very few out of that entire list. You've whittled the list down. And anything in orange will be down for the day, and anything in green will be up for the day. I know I can't give this to you because it has that symbol list in it, and you have to do it yourself. When I think anyway, even though it's a global list. But you saw what I did. I mean, pretty simple to do. And if you wanted, you could have put both lists in. Okay, you could have put the long and the short in here. Just check. Just make sure. So if I did that, see, it doesn't really increase it that much. And you might even want to put a price range. I don't know. It's up to you. Go Oliver. The best buds, Pepe and Oliver, right here, neck and neck in the contest. Go no go work on any time frame. Yeah, I mean, it's just like any other chart, depending on the time frame you like. So it's not restricted to any time frame, Stuart. If you're intraday trading, I think our recommendation is probably a 5-minute chart, not less, not more. That's what Michael, who has worked closely with the no go people, have worked out. I started off on a 15-minute chart, and I just found we're getting a little too late. and I tried on a 2-minute chart, and it's way too active. But it's up to you. But I can change this to a 15-minute chart. That's what it would look like. So yes, to answer your question, it works on any time frame. Yes. And my advice, I mean, if a person is going to get into this, you can always experiment yourself. What time frame seems to work best for you? Well, TKNO ticked me off. I thought it might have a little run into the 70s. So the best thing to do, Hatim, is click on New from the toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar, and then click on the Go No Go chart channel. And you should see this pop up somewhere, okay? And the best thing to do is watch these 2 videos, okay? And then also, here's the text. It goes over what it's trying to do, okay? This does it a lot better than I could possibly do it. I mean, these are the gentlemen who created it, but this is what I would do. And again, I have to always reiterate, it's not the be all and the end all. There's no such thing as the be all and the end all. However, I have found that it seems to work pretty nicely for my style of trading. Boy, I've got my colors. Sorry, guys. I've got my colors all mixed up here somehow. Why did that happen? All right, guys, it's getting close to 2:30. So again, I'm probably going to take off in just a bit. I'll hang around again if there are questions. I don't have any problem hanging around if there are questions. What I'm going to do is I'll put the main trading room link or my homepage into the YouTube room, and then show you how you can get into the main room if you want. Because William will keep the room open until 4-ish, as he said. Nobody will be talking. There'll be no screen sharing, but you can still converse amongst yourselves. So if you click on my homepage, this is for people in YouTube, okay? And you see where it says trading room? That's how you get into the main room. And before I go, a last look at the leaderboard. Lazar is still got a comfortable lead here. Then we've got about $80. Oliver just took over from Pepe. Got a little $80 lead or so. Oop. You see how quickly it changed. So, and Grumpy in all his splendor is just is underneath Pepe now. I got to say, it's not quite as much fun. I mean, when we were in the other ones, when you could trade like the wild ones, like these low float crazy ones, you would see some massive moves. I remember the first one we ran. I can't remember who it was. I think he went by the name of Muhammad. It might be. I think he had a huge. I mean, in those days, you were making like 6 million, $7 million making in the simulator. Okay, there were really no restrictions. Penny stocks, like 2 cent stocks, things like that. But he was way up, even with half a day left in it, and he dropped out of the top 10. And I can't remember who ended up winning that, but he dropped out of the top 10 and he was way up, leading almost for the full 2.5 days. But the problem is, got greedy on something. And of course, in this, you don't really, well, you should, I mean, you're not really trading with stops, you're hoping and praying. Anyway, but even the last few, I mean, they've been lots of fun to display the leaderboard. Not as much fun this time. Just the AI alerts you're allowed to trade, past and present. All right, guys, I see no other questions, so I think I will take off. Again, thanks for all the help. I'll get on the mic tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time, of course. So have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm stopping the screen sharing in the main room. And now I'll get off or mute myself. Not usually, David. Not usually. Many people do that, though, and I used to. I got to hope it's going to come back. All right, guys. So have to stop the screen sharing in YouTube now, too.